Kwei, greetings. Um, Welcome to another video. Kwei is Algonquian for hello. And I hope you've had a great month since we last spoke. This is has been one of my, more viewed videos. So I want to thank everyone who watched it, haters and all. I think it's the haters that are watching, to be honest, but I do appreciate all the support that I get from you guys in the comments, man. They mean everything. I just want to say, I'm just a regular YouTuber dude. I won't say that I'm the greatest researcher there ever was, but as I always say, my mother, you're getting tired of me saying this, but my mother spoke about common sense, and I'm going to go with my mom on this one. It's good enough for her, good for me. It worked for her, and I find that it is crucial for me in the time of this awakening. So you'll just hear some old-fashioned trying to use common sense going on. And to the temperature is so hot lately, as Indians get closer to that finish line, that the critiques fly. The controlled opposition is real. I'm starting to really. I can honestly say that I felt it firsthand recently. I jumped on a panel of a legendary one. And I just want to compliment the person on the great job in their video. I wanted to add to the conversation. I want to talk a little bit about the difference between commercial laws versus law of the land. Most of us are very familiar with commercial codes and statutes, but we know nothing, and we assume that law of the land is non-existent. Well, when you've been genocided, yes, law of the land can virtually be just as genocided, shall we say. It doesn't exist because there's no birthright. There's no men and women of the land. You have blacks, you have whites, you have debt slaves. Okay, so I jumped on the panel because I wanted to talk, just speak to that, really say, the discussion was about Moors, and I want to sort of bring the point home that Moors do not deal with law of the land. They would never, ever stick with that type of law because that law deals with birthrights, and Moors are colonizers. So they're not interested in our birthright. They're going to override that with commercial code and make it seem like that is the only law there is. But thankfully, the ancestors are here, and that they are making it crystal clear. American Indians do not have to choose commercial codes. All those tribes out there that are commercial based, you are controlled by the same colonizer that gave you your articles of incorporation, okay? And you're going to dance to their beat, and there's just no way around it. Stop trying to sell it like it's the great thing, because it's not. It's just, we might as well just stay Negroes. As I always say, we might as well just stay Negroes. You're going to get some kind of benefits and privileges that can be taken away by Congress, who has plenary authority over Indians, especially when you're trying to stay in their system. It's ridiculous. At this point, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So anyway, so I jump on the panel, and I'm complimenting the YouTuber, telling the person that they're doing a great, I think they're going to town with making the difference between an American Indian and a Moor. And the person was. I found the next thing I knew, I was being interrogated about where my family from. So it's like, oh, okay. And then it was about a question was asked, have I ever been in prison? Don't know what that was about. But I all I could think of to say was, well, no, I'm not that. I'm not. I've never been in prison. I thought, actually, my father was a cop. Next thing I know, the person is telling their audience that my father's a Mason. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What the hell just happened? I jumped on a panel to compliment what I thought was an Indian. The Indian is turning on me because I'm saying that there's a difference between commercial code and law of the land. It just, I was shocked. I had to excuse myself because I had to tell the person I didn't come here to argue with you. I just want to say I was enjoying the show. For me, that speaks to agency. That means there are some Indians amongst us who are so dedicated to the corporation that they will actually, on their next show, refer back to me calling in and proceed to lie, saying that I wanted to overthrow the government. This is what this person said on their panel. And I have to speak on it because those words never came out of my mouth. If I'm talking about law of the land, all that means is I'm calling on a different jurisdiction. If you want to interpret that as overturning the government, that's in your script. That's in your psyop, not mine. I don't have to turn over anything. All I have to do is get myself back in the jurisdiction that I belong. And some people want to interpret that as you're trying to overturn the government. Boldface lie. Boldface lie. I knew it was just on my heart to say that because that's when I realized how serious the awakening is and how much opposition is right there on the most popular YouTube channels for indigenous, allegedly, American Indian channels. I couldn't believe what that episode, and I kind of made a semi vow to myself that I really got to not be so willing to even compliment folks. You don't know what they're going to say. You're there coming in goodwill, and it's so serious that me, I don't have a large platform. So for this much larger platform to, in the next segment, now this is after it was like a week after, I think, or going on a few days to a week, and I'm still being mentioned as this nigga Heru talking about overthrowing the government. Turned out his father was a whole Mason. Like, how do you? I never said that. And I have to ask Indians out there: are there any Indians who had family that was in law enforcement and had nothing to do with being a Mason or bringing that to that anything about? First of all, that kind of organization, you better be high up in it if you are in it, because the low level barbecues and fundraisers, that ain't shit. So again, you can't tell me that I'm the only Indian who had family that's in law enforcement. And is every cop, every single cop, going to be some Mason? I guess that's something they all have some kind of, every civil service job, from what I understand, has some kind of, uh, you know, fraternity. However, that does not mean that they are dealing in high level psyops or anything like that. Again, barbecues and fundraisers, okay? I've never known my father to be a Mason. I've never seen him in any of the regalia. I've only seen him ever dressed as a cop. We never went to any, even when now this is going back when I would have been like 5 or 6. He's long passed away. So I think even just looking at the content of my videos should be a test to this boy ain't about no masonry. He ain't about Masons. He ain't about Moors. He ain't about none of that. This young man is talking about the difference between commercial code and law of the land. You will not find a Moor breaking that down for you. A Moor typically is very well versed in commercial code exclusively. They'll spit them out like the back of their hand. They're not really trying to talk about birthrights. Again, colonizers don't like birthrights because birthrights would supersede commercial code. Please get that. Birthright, law of the land, supersedes commercial code. Congress will not be your plenary authority when you have birthright. They will be the employees that they were supposed to be. Okay? All right. So today we want to talk about this young lady. This is LUZIA. See if we can get most of her face. Or should I zoom out? Okay. LUZIA, from what I read, has been known since about 1999, maybe a little bit before that. She's been around, y'all. She, initially when I went to look her up to talk about her, I thought she would have been more into the 2200s or 2000. I'm sorry, wait. Not in the 1999s, or not in the 1990s. I thought she would have been in the 20s. But when she was found, she was said to have changed everything we knew about the first Americans. And what was changed was the narrative that Mongoloids were the first Americans. The appearance of LUZIA is clearly saying that the first Americans were what they call NEGRO. LUZIA's features are profoundly Negroid, quote unquote, not Mongoloid. LUZIA was a Negro woman. And once more, she is the oldest Negro in the Americas. Uh, but still, American Negroes, we're still not equated with this Negro woman. That somehow goes above the radar. So you're telling me that the oldest woman of all the, what do you call it, ethnic races in America, Negro, Mongoloid, Caucasian, you're saying she has more in common with Negroes over Caucasians and Mongoloids, but yet American Negroes are here fighting tooth and nail to not be called foreign on their homeland. This could be, as of today, the great grandmother of all Negroes in America. The great, 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 great grandmother of all Negroes in America. No cap, this woman looks like my grandmother. Word to my grandmother. Her jawline, her nose, her deep set eyes, her somewhat underbite. She looks like my grandmother, y'all. And I'm not even lying. So again, of all the ethnic backgrounds, the oldest bones found in America have more in common with those Americans that are called, like she is called, Negro. But somehow archaeology found a way to once again do that jig, do that little dance around the facts, right? So somehow, although her bones were found in America, not in Africa, archaeology makes a quantum leap, takes her off of her home land where she's laying, and genocides her. And once, well, wait a minute now. Let me get this correct, because in the case of LUZIA, the PSYOP gets a little bit tweaked. They're not saying LUZIA is African. She's Negro, but she's not African. This is why so many people have a problem accepting that Negroes are indigenous to all of the Americas, because pseudo-archaeology, what they have to do is add some extracurricular narrative that has nothing to do with the findings that they find. They will take bones out of America just as soon as they dig them up in America. This seems to be what they do. It's like you're digging something up and then you're tossing it over the sea. It's totally disrespecting this woman and her resting place. But this is archaeology in the United States. And then somehow it's accepted all over the world. Luzia is Negro, but somehow she's still not related to those that this corporation designated as Negro. Talk about being an Indian giver, talking with a forked tongue, trying to rewrite the script every damn time. Just before credit can be given to an American so-called Negro, some little twist is thrown in to throw everybody off. And we're so used to being diverted from the American Indians that it's like we expect it, almost like this was a big fine, but it was reduced to nothing. So let's read this foolishness. We have a few articles. Just gonna read how the PSYOP gets popping. Let's read about the oldest bones being Negroid and found in South America. If we wanted to keep things real simple, we'd simply say, the race of the American so-called Negro is the oldest race and the first of the Americas. That would just be cutting to the chase. But again, when you're being genocided repeatedly, and these are high crimes, genocide is seen as extremely criminal. But these sciences, they have no problem committing paper genocide over and over and over and over one more again. It's a shame. Ultimately, though, what's interesting is they would like to say that America is this rogue, massive landmass where there was just nobody here. This is what they're trying to say. Because basically everyone has migrated to America. So truly everyone is, you know, but of all the everyone, it is only the quote unquote Negro that the games really start getting very intricate when we're brought up. Mongoloids, it's like basically they're the ones that this system desperately wants to give first birthright credit to. They like, please, just everybody forget about the term Mongoloid, meaning that they're from Mongolia. Just make them American. Just please make them the first Americans. Somebody, please. Please don't let the Negroes be the first Americans. Damn it. And the world can't figure out why this is. Like, yo, United States corporation de facto, why are you so scared of why are you so scared of your quote unquote slaves? Why are you so afraid that the corporation they want to say no, we don't know anything about fear. We're brave, we're courageous, or we're conquerors, undefeatable. It's just that those Negroes, we don't like them too. We can't explain what it is. They don't want to lose their death grip on America's resources. if America has a first people, it is the corporation's job to either change that people or genocide the original people. And it is so brazen that they can't even see that even in their language, it's sprinkled with genocide. How they tiptoe around the tulips and just like you take just it's like it something being they don't see that they're purposely and quite embarrassingly working too hard to make something what it is not. So on that note, we've talked enough. Let's see this first article. Okay. LUZIA woman, unraveling the enigmatic origins of America's oldest human remains. This article is from thearchaeologist.org. It's actually one of the latest articles I found, so that makes it interesting. October 21st, 2023. And there you have, the picture of her being the Negro that they said she is, right? So how are they going to change up the narrative now that it's been established that she's a Negro? How can we un-Negro her? How can we genocide the Negro part of that statement? The crimes are piling up, y'all. Piling up. All of this is genocide. All of it. Genocide. Okay, so I want to make it big, actually. Maybe not that big. Okay. LUZIA woman, an enigmatic Paleo-Indian skeleton from the Upper Paleolithic period, has captivated the world. Oh, wow. She was discovered in 1975? My God. So it's amazing that she's not really, somehow this is big, but it never really had the impact it was supposed to because they're too busy dancing around the fact that this is a Negro woman. And the Negroes in America are too busy being carted off to Africa. So LUZIA was not a happy discovery because now they had to get the spin masters in. Okay. So let's start one more time. LUZIA woman, an enigmatic Paleo-Indian skeleton from the Upper Paleolithic period, has captivated the world, sorta, since her discovery in 1975 in Lapa Vermelha, Brazil. Unearthing the ancient past, this remarkable find has led to numerous questions and debates among archaeologists and scientists about her origins, ancestry, and the early human migration. So they're assuming she migrated to the Americas. Because, they archaeology starts off with the premise that there was no one in America. I don't know why they do that. I don't think they know why they do that. But everything they find immediately gets packed and shipped to what they would like us to believe is the old world, okay? Because remember, America's the new world. So even if they find bones old as Methuselah, they got to take it back to the old world, okay? Because they're insisting that America is a new world, even though every fucking thing they find is saying the exact opposite. This is archaeology in the Americas today, okay? The discovery of LUZIA. LUZIA woman owes her name, oh Lord, to the Ethiopian fossil Lucy. Already, there we go again. Why are they relating her to an Ethiopian fossil in Ethiopia? So the connections are made automatically. No one gets America credit. That's what I find amazing, except the Mongolians. And the way they do it is like, we all know, wink, wink, that they migrated here. But I guess the idea was, well, they were the first. So now when Luzia appears, she throws a rock into that glass house, right? And so now they have to, well, we're going to see how they parlayed this. It's quite incredible. It's quite incredible. The psyop is real. Luzia woman owes her name to the Ethiopian fossil Lucy, discovered a year earlier in 1974. Really makes me wonder, did they have to find Lucy because they probably already found Luzia? Did they do a little switcheroo? I don't put nothing past them. I really don't. That's kind of close, Lucy and Luzia. I didn't realize they were only a year apart. Did they hold on to Luzia and go make up some Lucy just so they could take the, instead of, so in other words, yeah. So because they find Lucy first, now they're going to try to make Luzia relate. It would have been the other way around if they just found Luzia first, and Lucy could be secondary. Maybe she's descended from Luzia, but we can't have that. But really, that's the first thing I thought when I just read this. Annette Laming Emperor. What the fuck? She's an emperor from the line of emperors. We know that's Moorish. The archaeologists, oh Lord, who found Luzia believe this ancient woman. Oh, wait a minute now. I didn't catch that before. Okay, so Annette Laming Emperor, the archaeologists who found Luzia believe this ancient woman lived approximately 11,500 years ago in South Central Brazil. Some experts argue that Luzia might have been part of the first wave of immigrants who ventured into South America, adding to the intrigue surrounding her origins. So again, automatically, she migrated. Automatically, just automatic. They don't find no boat. They didn't, she wasn't buried with a paddle in her hand. She didn't have a little bag with trinkets from Ethiopia. Archaeology automatically assumes that every Negro is from Africa. Okay? Well, that's the whole Darwin theory. Okay? And the people who love that theory, especially people of color, I'm going to tell you right now, you're like one of the middle monkeys in that evolution. Like, you so happy to talk about evolution, right? Some of y'all, because it makes Africa seem like motherland. But again, in that progression, the Negro is like middle monkey man, and the Caucasian is the end product of the evolutionary theory. So Negroes who's jumping on board to be part of that, it comes with a surprise package. It's going to monkey your ass. It's going to monkey your ass. Well, so many of y'all be monkey timing anyway, Pan-African. Monkeying around all the time. Y'all know about Luzia, Pan-African? She ain't, they try, don't get too happy because they ain't saying she's from Africa. Oops, did I let the cat out of the bag? She's Negro, but she's the one Negro that's not from Africa. Okay. See how the story has to, twist and turn. Ultimately, the Moors want everything to be in the part of the world that they ruled so that they can grab dominion, jurisdiction, creation cred, whatever. So America is always going to be stripped. They can find ground zero in America. And let me tell you, they're going to spin that shit and say that, well, it got there because it migrated from Africa. So they preface everything with out of Africa theory. That's their job. And when they don't feel like relating it to American Indians, they're going to say it's from Asia, the dark Asians. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It can never be simply from America, where it was actually found. God forbid. So Luzia owes her name to the Ethiopian apostle. No, she owes her name to the Cretan that found her and then got some either paid off to say equate her with Ethiopia, blah 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 blah. Lucy ain't got nothing to do with Luzia, okay? But they want to say Luzia owes her name to the Ethiopian fossil Lucy, discovered a year earlier in 1974. How convenient. Annette Laming Emperor, the archaeologist who found Luzia, believed this ancient woman lived approximately 11,500 years ago in South Central Brazil. Some experts argue that Luzia might have been part of the first wave of immigrants who ventured into South America. They don't even say where. They just at this point just say she's an immigrant. We'll figure out where later. Who ventured into South America, adding to the intrigue. There's no intrigue. She's American. Stop with all this drama. She's an American, quote unquote, Negro, meaning she's an American Indian. Okay, that's who she is, and she was not Mongolian. Okay, she was here before they got here, so they're not indigenous to America, but they're going to take Luzia and turn her into a foreigner as well. Okay, adding to the intrigue. No, you're adding a whole slew of diversion to her story. Okay, her story is really simple. It's really quite simple. So there's Luzia's skull. Discovery details. Luzia's remains were uncovered during a joint French-Brazilian expedition working near Belo Horizonte, Brazil. Okay. She was found in a rock shelter with her skull separated from the rest of her skeleton and buried beneath layers of mineral debris and deposits. What about the suitcase that says I just arrived from what, Ethiopia? Intriguingly, no other human skeletons were discovered at the site, although numerous tools were found in close proximity. Okay. So there is a 3D model of Luzia's face. Now, to me, this looks a little different from the first image we looked at. I think they're trying to make her look a little more Australian, I think. Um, mm, yeah. Regardless, she's definitely not Mongoloid, right? But don't get too happy too quick, Negroes. They're about to take you on a roller coaster magic carpet ride. Okay, Luzia's profile. Forsnick analysis. Forsnick analysis suggests that Luzia was in her early 20s at the time of her death. What sets her apart from most Native Americans is that she's an original. And their Siberian predecessors is her strikingly distinct facial features. Some anthropologists, including renowned Forsnick facial reconstruction expert Richard Neve, liken her features to those of Negroids. Okay, here's where we start going down that path. So they're going to jump from Africa for the first time since they found these bones. Suddenly, everything is not from Africa, right? Let's highlight this bullshit. Okay. So they liken her features to those of Negroids. Indigenous Australians, and Negritos of Southeast Asia. Okay, so the Negroids are landless, right? Because that word has to become multi-purpose. But the other two Negroes have a landmass somewhat. So liken her features to those of Negroids, question mark, question mark, question mark. Indigenous Australians, so now we have land involved, and the Negritas of South Asia. So they're naming Australia and Southeast Asia. Africa is not mentioned. Amazingly, Africa is not mentioned. What they have to do now that they found these old bones, like, what is it, like how many years ago now? Because you see, something like this should change the whole, everything said about Mongoloids in America. But it's not going to happen, y'all. So we could maybe say it's a good thing they didn't say where the first Negroids are from because they're American and they kind of don't want to say America, but they don't want to say Africa. So let's just leave it open. Let the Negroes fantasize about being the first Americans in an unfounded kind of way. We won't qualify it one way or another. But Australians get notable mention and Southeast Asia get notable mention. See, so when you add Asia, that doesn't make this discovery so profound anymore, right? Because you're already saying that Americans are from Asia, right? So you took all the profound stuff about Luzia's finding and made it business as usual. Walter Neves, an anthropologist from the University of Sao Paulo, theorized that her ancestors resided in Southeast Asia. So right there, strike against Negroid, right? For thousands of years after migrating from Africa. So they just sort of an afterthought. She's more Southeast Asia, but you see, in either case, even if she's African American, wouldn't that point directly to break their little psyop about African Americans being from Africa only? Wouldn't it mean that the first, okay, let's go with migrating, all this migrating. Wouldn't it mean that the first Americans were Negroes like the Negroes that are here? So it's very possible that the Negroes are indigenous to America? They are, but So that means Mongoloids get dropped in one fell swoop with the finding of Luzia. But somehow it never happened. and Pan-Africans, who Lord knows what they will make of this. They jump on us for saying that we're the first Americans, but LUZIA should shut all of that noise, even if she was from Africa. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. They found her in America. The out of Africa theory is what they keep putting everything into that category of bullshit. LUZIA's unique characteristics continue to fuel debates. See, they're going to debate it until they can genocide LUZIA off of America and out of the significance of her being the first American and being Negro. They have to keep on debating. Cook it down, cook it down, cook it down, boil it down, break it down, break it down. And somehow they're making it about migration patterns. Why? Because they're insisting in the, they take a theory that is now outdated, or should be, that America is the new world, and they will not let it go. Why won't they let it go? Well, it's institutional at this point. I'm willing to bet money that to get funding for these projects, you better have an out of Africa theory in your pocket and a good notepad to make some other theories that could turn LUZIA into, well, not exactly African, but Negro from Australia. That's what this pretty much ends up being about. Speculative reconstructions. Computerized facial reconstructions of LUZIA have been created, offering glimpses into what she may have looked like during her lifetime. These reconstructions depict a woman with intriguing features. It's so intrigued that she's not Mongoloid. They can't let that go. So they're so intrigued. Why is it so intriguing? It just is, as we always say, it is what it is, guys. You're the ones that make it so complicated. But if you just stood on the facts of the matter and stop being awed with your own bullshit narrative, it won't be that awesome. It'll just be, well, oh, okay. America's founded by Negroes, yo. Let's move on. No, it becomes a big thing because they're too busy pushing out an out of Africa theory in Hollywood, music, sports, whatever, everything, politics. That out of Africa theory is like the Energizer Bunny. But what it really, again, adds up to is genocide. High level, institutionalized, broad range genocide of the American Negro and a toying and manipulating of scientific facts in pseudo archaeology. So these reconstructions depict a woman with intriguing features. Since when did Negro features become so intriguing, huh? All they get pretty much is reclassified as Africa, right? On the federal census. It's so intriguing that they have to be reclassified, right? That's where the intrigue comes. Enter intrigue. Let the lies begin. Sparking the imagination and curiosity of researchers and the public alike. The public is the least of their worries. because they know all they got to do is just avoid saying that America was founded by Negroes, and the public is used to hearing that bullshit already. So, public out of the equation. Distraction, distraction, distraction. Okay, a sculpture of possible features of LUZIA. The journey to Washington, D.C. Oh, Lord, the head of the fraud. Okay, let's see what happened when she got there. After her discovery, LUZIA was transported to the National Museum of Bullshit. Oh, wait a minute. The National Museum of Natural History. Oh, in Washington, D.C. In 1995, a dedicated team of anthropological liars began the painstaking process of drawing up a profile of LUZIA, using her remains as a window into the distant past. This endeavor has led to a deeper understanding of her and her significance in the history of the Americas. History of the Americas. Not Africa. Oh, the migration patterns to America. I mean, I swear it's like every bone they find a little piece of the boat that says where, just the part that says from the country they came from. They are literally trying to say that each continent only has, you know, uh phenotypes that are like gridlocked to that continent, sort of, So that's why Luzia can't be American. She could be the first American because they can still kind of keep that like a sub no, never mind. It's no big deal. Okay, the first Negro in America was a Negro. That don't mean nothing. That the Mongoloids are still Native American, right? So you see how a big discovery gets swept under some heap of chaos so that it's no longer significant. It becomes questionable and theoretical, and all these theories have to come where she migrated. The bottom line is she's the first one. So, what would that do in any other instance? If it wasn't Negroes, what would it do? It would mean that those are the first people that founded the Americas. That's what it would mean. For the record, this discovery of Luzia is just another way of saying that Negroes came here before Mongolians. So whose country would it belong to? Who were the first to be here? Who gets first rights to the Americas, even if they were migrators? It would be ancestors of Negroes. But they're going to twist this story up. They're going to twist this story. They couldn't say she was Mongolian. So now they have to do some other acrobatics to change that Negro into anything but American Negro. It's really sad. It shows that the only people still being genocided institutionally, large scale, grand scale, and across the board are so-called African Americans. We were called Negroes. But the colonizing entity that decided to make us Negroes now has to backtrack to make Luzia some kind of standalone Negro. unrelated to the very people you refer to as Negroes, of which LUZIA is one and the same with. What does that make American Negroes? Now, I'm trying to be a generous Indian. I know that we originated in America. But here, doing this video, what I'm trying to say is, even as quote unquote migrants, that would still make quote unquote Negroes the first Americans, Pan-Africans. But you on some other bullshit? Okay, you twist up your own neural pathways in your brain to be complete idiots, but not every quote unquote Negro is going to remain a nigga. Okay. LUZIA woman's discovery remains a remarkable archaeological find, shedding light before it's cast back into darkness on the ancient history of the Americas. Her distinctive features and mysterious origins, she's from America, dumbos, continue to captivate researchers and enthusiasts, sparking ongoing investigations into the early human migrations that shaped the continent. Migrations. Every time I see that word, I wonder why it's being used. Where I don't think would be used in any other part of the world. If they find bones in Africa like Lucy gonna be right from Africa, right? You would think the same measure would apply to other continents if you're doing it in an unbiased way. How are you going to dig up bones in another continent and say they from Africa when you didn't find them in Africa, though? This is what I think archaeology needs to get real about. How come Lucy's not from Australia or South Asia, whatever? She African, right? LUZIA, I'm going to say something groundbreaking. LUZIA is American. LUZIA is the first American Indian. That's why you found her bones in America. All that extra shit y'all doing is your imaginary shenanigans because you have a narrative to tell and sell. That's how you're going to get your funding, right? If you say something else, you're going to get laughed out of archaeology in some way, shape, or form. You're going to be like banished. You're going to be a heretic in archaeology, right? So you find this great discovery and they probably give you an extra cut to tell that narrative that I keep forgetting though, LUZIA is not from Africa, right? She's from Africa by way of Australia. So they done found her on two continents. It might be more logical if they traced her to one continent. They going back and done put her on two other continents, y'all. That's the added, what do you call it? The added ingredients. The artificial sweeteners, you might say. The preservatives, preserving the lies. It's just sad how far they have to go to control the narrative for the masses so that the masses can walk away and say, oh, she's Negro, but not Negro. But not like these Negroes. Now, if she was Caucasian, trust every Caucasian would get credit. Everyone. Not it wouldn't be the what do they call it? The what do you call it? The pro-magnon Caucasian or the whatever, Pleistocene. It would be just European, right? It would. But when she come up Negro, oh Lord, that they start doing that dance, and they start dancing hard. They start doing that funky chicken. Woo! And funky foul, funky foul. She's Negro, but she's not really Negro. She's Australian Negro that went to Australia after she left Africa. And then they're gonna find something. Oh, but went a little further back, and it turned out she came from Europe, and then she went to Africa, and then she went to Australia, and then she came to America and died before anybody else did. But that don't mean that she's first American, though. Don't forget about the Mongolians. Mm-mm-mm. You gotta love it though. The word Mongolian should say it all, but somehow it doesn't, right? It should say it all, but I guess give them a chance. They're gonna start calling America Mongolia. Give them a few more years or something. If the Indians wasn't waking up, that would be the next. We discovered that Mongolia was once America. Or America was once Mongolia. Anything to genocide, anything, right? Anything you have to say to commit acts of various forms of genocide. Okay. LUZIA stands as a testament to the enduring quest for knowledge. uh, Quest for knowledge. Is that what it's a quest for? About our shared human heritage. Share with everybody except them Negroes. Reminding us that the past is never truly lost, but is patiently waiting to be unearthed and lied upon. And explored. Okay, so that was our first hurdle of bullshit. What's the next one? So this one was taken from the New York Times. We're just gonna do like a little survey, I guess. I couldn't get the whole article, so I had to do a little bit of finagling. So I just wanted you to see that the name of the article is "An Ancient Skull Challenges Long-Held Theories, but Not So Much." From the New York Times. This one is a little older, from 1999. And you see it starts, "A human skull that is prominently displayed at the National Museum." Okay, but I couldn't get the whole article, as you could see. Have to subscribe, so I had to do a little finagling to get the whole article. So here it is. Finagle. An Ancient Skull Challenges Long-Held Theories. This is by Larry Rotter, from October 26, 1999. This is about LUZIA. So see the article in its original context from October 26, 1999, section F, page 1. buy reprints. Okay, so you could buy the reprint. New York Times. I want you to see it's from the New York Times. So there you could subscribe. Okay. Okay. A human skull that is prominently displayed at the National Museum here has been attracting crowds and controversy in equal measure since it was first unveiled earlier this month. So she was discovered in 1975, and her display didn't get unveiled I guess, until 1999, October of 1999. So after 2 decades in storage, the fossilized cranium has now been identified by Brazilian scientists as the oldest human remains ever recovered in the Western Hemisphere. This is the New York Times, right? They just said that LUZIA's bones were identified by Brazilian scientists as the oldest human remains ever recovered in the Western Hemisphere. Again, the oldest person found in the Americas, and I'm telling you, South America is where the culture, let's say that's the oldest part of the Americas, South America. So the oldest bones in this hemisphere, not just North America and South America, the entire hemisphere, is that of a Negro. Let that sit with you for a few minutes. Ruminate with it. Bathe in it. Saute in it. Marinate in it. So why does this not get credited to the so-called American Indian? Oh, I'm sorry, they call us the American Negro. Sorry, oops. How does that go above our heads, though? It's called mass indoctrination of the highest order. This shit ain't got nothing on the Manchurian candidate stuff. American Negroes are literally removed from this conversation. Again, the oldest bones in the Western Hemisphere is that of a Negro woman. Think of I don't know, Queen Latifah. Think of hmm, uh, ooh, who could we think of? There's so many, so many. What's a really American, all American sister? Diana Ross. uh uh what other famous sisters of today? Well, not that Diana's not of today. Well, her daughters. Well, her daughters are mixed. But the mama, who let me see. I'm thinking of Teresa Graves. She's back in the day though. You know, why am I not thinking? Angela Bassett. Um Viola Davis. I believe these are American women. Uh That ilk of female is the oldest thing in the Western Hemisphere. Sierra, who else? Jada. She's not too popular these days, but Remy Ma. Oh, I guess we could go Nicki Minaj with it. She looks very Indian. Um, just any sister you can think of. Now think of her as being the first American. Okay. That's who America belonged to. Um, my mother, American. So it's my birthright. LUZIA is a Negro. No matter how they dance around it, I'm sorry, archaeology. That is a direct relation to American Negroes. Okay, let me um, upgrade you a little bit. Let me educate you, since you seem to not get it. Now, when I say this, I want my listeners to know this is not about arrogance. This is this is a homecoming. I don't think many people, including dear friends of mine, realize what it means to be homeless in your soul. You know, as American Indians, we take it for granted. It's like this is must be how everybody feels, like this empty thing that's in me. But it is an emptiness. It's it, and then you just don't pay it any mind. You just figure this is for some reason I like a nobody, and and that's certainly how this de facto corporate government has seen me. As they make every effort to show me that uh you know they uh so you just live with like this empty, and you just take it for granted that this is what it is. I don't know who I am, where, whatever. I'm just here. I'm just here. uh it seems like people know something about me that I don't know, because they all seem to have some level of, like, I don't I it's not exactly disdain. It's just a way of some lack of acknowledgement. I don't know. Lack of value. I don't know what to call it. But so when I get on my platform and you hear me sounding a little proud, it's the first time in my adult life that I'm finding out where I'm from for real. Because that's another thing. The experience of being quote unquote Negro, colored, black, it's like you rely on someone else to define you. And you just take for granted that everybody knows about me but me. And I guess they know something I did. I don't know what it is, but that's what the Moors, I'm going to say the Moors kind of fill in that story. Uh, they, they have so much information, and the information is, we talk about it all the time, but it's like somebody telling you a history you've never heard, and they look like you. So it's almost like, wow, that's what I did. I created what you call the devil. That's why they hate me. Oh, why would I do that though? And the Moors just tell you why. And they have a penchant for using the term we. Then you wonder, well, why you know about it, but I don't know about it? Well, I'm the custodian. Really? And then you have an aha moment that never goes away. It's like, damn, damn, you are facilitating my punishment for something you did. I was telling a friend the other day, I'm sorry, I'm diverting a little bit, that I look at the American Indian and I realize I see us literally being led to the slaughter. Someone, the 30, in that 30% unsatisfied 30%, found a way to, the best way I know how to say it is, we are their sacrificial lamb. And so we're live, but it's not living. We're here to be sacrificed. And it's done in the most, I don't know how to say it, insidious way. It's like, I have some kind of worth. I'm here for a reason, right? I'm somehow needed, but I'm discarded at the same time. Well, that's why a sacrificial lamb is raised to be the sacrifice for somebody's sins. I'm convinced that the priesthood figured out that as long as someone's blood was shed, then the deeds that into their deity, now mind you, there's only one deity that requires blood. Okay, I'm not talking about the Most High. Okay, and y'all know who I'm talking about. I linked some of Dr. Tracy's vids in my last video, so please check out those links. Kudos to Dr. Tracy. Dr. Tracy has been on fire. And I love it. I'm here for it. I'm like roasting my marshmallows. It's like, whoo, sis, you going in. Oh, she done red set forward, backward, up, and down. She, the deity that is Lord of the sacrifice. I think Dr. Tracy would agree with me. We're talking about Set, and he's the most ancient chaos deity, and he was sprout up in South America, in the ancient version of Egypt, so-called Egypt. So because the priesthood is worshiping Set, all they have to do anything they want is they just have to offer up somebody's blood. Not theirs, mind you. Now, again, you guys, I'm common sensing it. I've always been a spiritual person, and no one will ever take that away from me. That has been at once the saving grace and the bane of my existence. It used to be the bane of my existence, spirituality. What I, being reared up in, Christianity. But now it's become like, whew. So no, it's not something I necessarily read about, but I do find so many clues that it's overwhelming. And again, Dr. Tracy, as of late, she's done a number of videos on Set, and I believe she's had an awakening of her very own as well on regarding this deity. And so I'm talking about someone myself always being spiritual, always from a child, because that's when I started, having an awareness of spirituality. Even though it was Satanology, it still was basically a spiritual it was a spiritual learning, um so you start to see how it works over the span of your life. You start to see the things you were taught, that the basis of Christianity is sacrifice, and it is a human sacrifice, as we said in the last video. It is a glorifying of human sacrifice. But the interesting thing, and I said this before, and I'm sorry, I know I'm going off on a tangent. The interesting thing is, as we said, we did a video on the sacrificial lamb. Unlike when you sacrifice a lamb or a goat, when it comes to this being or this entity that they call Christ, you're being beckoned to actually be a sacrifice yourself. And that's what I found very different from the normal rules of sacrifice. The normal rules of sacrifice is you don't worship the sacrificial lamb. It is there for a purpose, well, like the American Negro, pretty much. So you don't worship the lamb that you're sacrificing, but you do lead him, nicely to the slaughterhouse. You give him, pet him on the nose and say a little prayer and off with his head. What dawned on me with Christianity is that on a very subtle level, each Christian is being asked to not enjoy the freedom from sin or whatever that is supposed to happen when a sacrifice is made. And what I like about the old sacrifice, the idea of the old sacrifice, well, it is a session thing, but it made, to some degree, it makes sense when you're dealing with, let's say it makes sense when you're dealing with a bloodthirsty deity. Okay, you kind of get it. He wants blood, all right? All right. So in other words, from a logical point of view, you could kind of get why it was something that had to be done more than once. But Jesus comes along, and he's said to be the only one needed. But you have to partake in that sacrifice. It's almost like he's not really enough. He's asking you, the follower, so now you got to be like a sacrifice. And it's one of those things that it's kind of logical, but then it changes the rules of the whole sacrifice system. And that's what you got to watch out for. When the rules of the game change, something is being inserted. And so something is, shall we say, man-made. I'm just gonna say it like I feel it. But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. Um, a lot of dealing with Luzia and the fact that she never gets connected to the American quote unquote Negro. Well, we're a non-living entity in America. America has genocided us. I should say the United States has genocide. So they have to look for replacements right in front of our face. We've become a non-issue. We are the sacrifice. That's why it's like in their world, with the doctrine of discovery, which by the way has been denounced, so all of this should be coming to a crashing end. But the doctrine of discovery is basically saying, look, anything that relates to this people, act like they are no longer here and take it. So if you find Luzia, you don't look anywhere in America to find anything called a Negro. You must look overseas, off the continent, and give it to them. Because again, these people, we have made them the sacrifice. And we get to enjoy their birthright, while they, over time, are paper genocided before the actual genocide. This thing with Luzia, I'm telling you, it's low-key genocide of American indigenous, of the so-called Negroes' heritage and ancestry. We're being abort original. We're being aborted originals. Abor originals. Abort the originals. They are a sacrifice. A human skull that's prominently displayed at the National Museum here has been attracting crowds and controversy in equal measure since it was first unveiled earlier this month. After 2 decades in storage, the fossilized cranium has now been identified by Brazilian scientists as the oldest human remains ever recovered in the Western Hemisphere. I'm going to jump one more time. You might ask, why are we being, I'm sorry, I'm jumping back to this. Why are we being sacrificed? Well, it is through the sacrifice of the American Indian that, number one, the Mongoloids get an upgrade. They are basically being stuffed into our shoes. And but the grand dam is the African. We have been so associated with Africa that once the originals have been aborted, abort originals, then the African will come and say, them was our people, and we're coming on their behalf to take their place. And the world will, for the world, it'll make sense. But we know as American Indians that this clearly was the plan the entire time. They are seeking to replace us, but they do understand that the replacement should look a little something like them. So we can sort of like have a memorial to them. And it'll be like almost like they're the same because we made them the same. We've been telling you that American Indians are African for years. So who comes when the American Indian is gone or unalived is the new term for it? Well, that would be the next in line that look like us, right? But they will be somehow accepted because they are not the ones that were taken into slavery according to the religious narrative. Now, the reason why we in their narrative, this is not American Indians narrative, except the ones who just cannot let it go. It is to your detriment. It is to your detriment. In their story, we were the accursed ones, right? The ones who were so sinful that they were given into slavery. It was slavery was a result of sin, okay? You were turning away from your God, so you had to be made somebody's slave. So we are the cursed people, okay? And how our sacrifice works is once they get rid of us, someone else will get a come up on our birth land. It won't be us. It'll be an African because we are being linked to Africa. Genocided 24/7, 395 days of the year or more. Back to the read. The skull is that of a young woman nicknamed LUZIA, who is believed to have roamed the savanna of South Central Brazil some 11,500 years ago. Even more startling, a reconstruction of her cranium undertaken in Britain this year indicates that her features appear to be Negroid rather than Mongoloid. Highlights are mine, bolding mine, underlined emphasis by yours truly. So her features appear to be Negroid rather than Mongoloid, suggesting that the Western Hemisphere may have initially been settled not only earlier than thought, but by a people distinct from the ancestors of today's North and South Native Americans, we should say. They're Mongolians. Why are you going to call them American Indians when they're Mongolian? You should really see they try to use these terms interchangeably. Stick with Native American, it makes more sense because they are not American indigenous. The word plays are so annoying. Call them American Mongolians, but American Indians, no. They that this term is used in key places and in the most egregious places. So her features appear to be Negroid rather than Mongoloid, suggesting that the Western Hemisphere may have initially settled, not only earlier, so this is before, when I told y'all we have a history before Mongoloids arrived, I meant that shit. But a lot of y'all don't like the idea of Tameri. Well, she was found not too far from Tameri. The continent of Brazil. Well, what do we call that? The subcontinent of Brazil. That is, well, I'm sorry, South America. That is where ancient Tameri began. That's where it was founded. It wasn't founded in Africa. Okay. So once again, LUZIA's features appear to be Negroid rather than Mongoloid, suggesting that the Western Hemisphere may have been initially been, I'm getting confused, I can't read this, not settled, I can't even read it correctly, but earlier than thought, but settled by a people distinct from the ancestors of today's North and South Mongolians. God, no. God, why? We no longer say, we can no longer say that the first colonizers of the Americas, oh, they're colonizers? So they're not indigenous. You see how they just jump from pillar to post? They're not immigrants, migrants, colonizers. We can no longer say that the first colonizers of the Americas came from north of Asia, as previously models have proposed. Let's say one more again. We can no longer say that the first colonizers of the Americas came from North Asia, as previous models have proposed. Damn it, said Dr. Walter News, a fucking anthropologist at the University of Sao Paulo. Motherfucker, who made the initial discovery along with an Argentine colleague, Hector Puccarelli. Fuck you, Puccarelli. Fuck you, Puccarelli. This skeleton is nearly 2,000 years old. Wow. Let's get this right. This skeleton is nearly 2,000 years older than any skeleton ever found in the Americas. And it does not look like those of Mongolians or North Asians. Stop trying to call them Indians, damn it. You said they colonizers. You said they migrated from, you said they Mongolian. So they're not Amera anything. They're Mongolians. Stop lying on their ancestors. And mine, by the way. This is genocide, y'all. They're playing with genocide. It just comes so easy, too. But you know what? The doctrine of discovery has been denounced. When you're going to stop lying? We're no longer cursed. Okay? We never were, but, you know, now it's official. This skeleton, LUZIA's skeleton. I hope y'all see those numbers, is nearly 2,000 years older than that. Look, mama done beat them by 2,000 years. You would think they would start not calling Mongolians Native Americans anymore. Who should be called Native Americans now, bitch? So now not only are we American Indians, but we are really the first Native Americans too. I know y'all don't like that term, but I'm just saying. Really, the Mongolians are neither of those things anymore in the wake or in light of LUZIA. But how come we're not saying this? This is why Heru was doing this video. This is why Heru is doing this video. Share it. Share it. Tell it. Run, go tell it. LUZIA is a Negro, y'all. I want the Negroes in the house. The ones who've been reclassified as Negro and proceeded to have been genocided. Now, do we advocate violence as American Indians? Well, not here on Heru's channel. We don't. Anyone who's listening to the sound of my voice, please know, I do not advocate overturning the government. I do not advocate violence. What do I advocate? I advocate American Indians getting the fuck out of the corporation, pardon my French, and starting our own thing on our own land. And for the record, American Indians do not live in states. They live in their linguistic territory. And when I say territories, I am not referring to anything related to the British monarchy. I'm talking about American Indian linguistic territories. This is what we're resurrecting, Indians. And if you have a thought as to why that is, let that thought be your solid ground. What was taken from us was our land. Namely, what has to be resurrected is our land as we knew it. Okay? We are not under commercial codes. Yes, it has taken over the whole world. Well, the world outside of America, let's just say they have a different fight. Okay? We are not byproducts of the Moors. They would like us to be their byproducts. And when they say that we're Asiatic Black men, that's how they make us byproducts of them. But they are the ones that went around messing with Asians and Caucasians, okay? And East Indians and Spanish and all of that, okay? We're not condemning them for that. I mean, although they said it was against nature, we're not condemning them. What we're saying is, do not make us part of that. You got to stop it. You're up to your old tricks again, Set. And we're not here for it. Now, you can have your freak offs until them people decide that they had enough of you too. But you cannot do with American Indians. We are not your byproducts. We are not your byproducts, Moors, okay? Now, I don't advocate violence against the Moors. Not at all. The thing that's going to work for us when dealing with the Moors is getting back to law of the land. What is law of the land, Heru? What are you talking about? Well, it's the kind of law that exists when the birthright people of the land exist. Now, when we were genocided, there was no need for law of the land because there were no birthright Indians present. So the whole machine created by the Moors could wash over the land and drown everything in commerce. But like we said before, everything is not commerce. Traveling in your, what do you call, what's the non-corporate term for car? What's the non-commercial, whatever it is, it's so ridiculous. But going to visit Nana is not an act of commerce. You don't need a license. Actually, Indians don't need a license, point blank, period. This is our land. We don't need permission. Okay. And once y'all get real with that, miracles are going to start to happen. You don't need anything from a commercial entity. The men and women of the land are back. Okay. The giant has awoken. When he gets up, all that crap that was on his back is going to have to just see. That's not an act of violence. It is the unfortunate thing that happens when you are being a victim of attempted genocide. So if you fall to the ground as an American Indian gets up, it's not an act of violence. It's just gravity, what you call gravity. Okay. It's electromagnetism for the more enlightened in the craft. So yeah, this is not no violence or anything. We are very lawful people, American Indians, right? It's just that they buried our law under heaps and heaps of commerce. So we forgot that there was a law of the land. Law of the land is very simple. Law of the land is roughly the golden rule, okay? And anything that has to be made above and beyond the golden rule, that would be for American Indians to decide, not the commercial codes. Commercial codes are for corporations, strictly corporations. So if you've been made into a corporate entity, that is basically an act of genocide. What is a corporation? A dead entity? If that's not genocide, I don't know what is. The being in a corporation itself is an act of genocide to a man or a woman of the land. It's really so simple. It's really so simple. Since I'm talking about it, this is really out there, and I know a lot of Indians are not really ready to hear this. But I'm just going to say it because I've already declared to you I'm a peaceful Indian. I don't advocate violence because luckily the sword of the law is that's what's going to do the work. But it's going to do it in a civil, what they call civil manner, right? I like to call it a lawful manner. But it occurred to me, and just hear me out. The Constitution being the handiwork of the same Indians that turned on all Indians, I think American Indians can have a case against the Constitution. And now, when I say that, I'm never advocating violence or overturning of any government. What I do advocate is that all American Indians, that would be anyone who was classified as Negro, colored, or Black. What I advocate is an immediate exit from what we would call the United States Corporation. Now, that's not an act of violence. That's just Indians avoiding genocide. Okay? That's what that is. If someone is trying to make this something else, you're courting genocide. I mean, I hate to just say it like that, but it really is facts. We know now that everything that was done to the American Indian, you could spell it in one word: genocide, a form of all forms of genocide. This is what I advocate against for American Indians. So if you want to say that I'm advocating something, that would be it. We American Indians have a right to live on their land, safe, sound, and unharmed. So that is what you hear me talking about. The way to do that is to exit from a commercial system that has removed you from your birthright protection and your birthright position on the land. So that's why being in a corporation for an American Indian would amount to a genocide of that Indian. Okay. But yes, it occurred to me that especially me knowing that I come from Algonquin stock, how could I, of good conscience, say that the Iroquois Confederacy that drafted up a law of peace, how can I even apply that to me? They were not peaceful toward Algonquins. But I like to remind other Indians, unless y'all got some deals I don't know about, and it's very possible, it wasn't any good for you either, because we all got reclassified by the same people who helped draft the Constitution. If they didn't do it overtly, it was vicariously. If the Constitution says something about Indians not taxed, and no one from the Iroquois Confederacy was there to explain that, because they drafted it, right? They're the ones who help basically with a blueprint for the Constitution, right? So once they saw that this corporation was veering away from the terms mentioned in the Constitution, I would think that someone from the Iroquois Confederacy would say something, remind all Indians, okay, yes, we took the lead role of all Indians. So now it is our duty to let you Indians know that you're not part of this federal system. If you choose to be part of it, you will lose your rights on the land. You will lose access to the trusts that were created in your name. You will lose your status, your birthright of being Indians not taxed. No one bothered to explain it. And I know that this is a message that Indians do not want to deal with. Unfortunately, that is what the ancestors gave to me to speak to. I'll put you this way. For the sake of simplicity, yes, we can go, and as we should for the time being, by the Constitution, because it is telling in the most peculiar way that we are not part of, or we were not to be considered subject to any corporate entity on the land. They were our employees. So as we exit from genocide, a system of genocide, that Constitution can be the threshold. But once we pass that threshold, I'll put you this way. Whatever's left of the confederacies of the Algonquins of good conscience, we couldn't say that that document had our best interests. I think we were the first in line to get uh let's say taken out by the Iroquois. So any document that they drafted, the Algonquins were the very last to ever, or would only be the last to ever benefit from it. So I say, Algonquins, we can do this in a peaceful manner, but one thing, we will have our territories back. That has to be. That has to be. Where else are we going to go? You know, without interfering with other Indians. We had a territory that was ours and our birthright. We don't want to mess with other Indians' territories, so we have to be here on our part of the land. That is the future, y'all. I know y'all don't want to hear it. Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to LUZIA. It's already almost 2 hours and we had a few more slides to go. Okay. This skeleton of LUZIA, a Negro woman found in America, is 2,000 years, nearly 2,000 years older than any skeleton ever found in the Americas. And it does not look like those of Mongolians. Let's just cut to the point. If the date is confirmed, the find could transform thinking about the peopling of the Americas. It may be some time before that work is completed, but meanwhile, archaeologists here and abroad say the find is potentially very important. So it's almost like we have to do an update. Whatever happened to it? Oh, well, I think we're going to read what happened in the next paragraph, perhaps. Until LUZIA, named as a playful homage to Lucy, the 3.2 million, oh Lord, 2.2 million old human ancestor found in Africa, the oldest known human remains recovered. Okay. Until LUZIA, named as a playful homage to Lucy, the 3.2 million year old human. That's such a lie. I'm sorry. I think that's just an exaggeration. I don't know. Okay. Old human ancestors are found in Africa. The oldest known human remains recovered in the Western Hemisphere were those of a woman found in Bull, Idaho, and repatriated to the Shoshone tribe in 1991. Shoshone. I'm gonna have to look that up, y'all. Is that Iroquois? A radiocarbon dating test have established the age of that skeleton as a bit more than 10,000 years old. Why did I underline that? Oh, because it was an homage to Lucy. Okay. But we're gonna divert for 1 minute. I gotta figure out the Shoshone tribe. What what linguistic, okay, linguistic 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 group were the, if I ever learned how to type, Shoshone Indian. Okay, this is, if did I spell that right? We'll find out. Oh, Aztec. Okay. the Great Basin. So those are the basically Mongoloid Indians, I would say. Oh Lord. Go back. Oh, let me. Uto Aztecian. Oh, this is so bright. Okay, so that's on the west coast of America, basically. It looks okay, so they're not neither Algonquin or Iroquois. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, were we here? Is this the one we were reading? No, it was this one, right? Okay. Luzia's discovery at a location in the state of Minas Gerais, called Lapa Vermella is consistent, however, with recent findings made at the celebrated Montverde site in southern Chile. Their evidence of human habitation as early as 12,500 years ago, including some stone tools and a footprint, has been uncovered, though no human remains have yet been found. Okay. So there's a woman that was found in Idaho, but she's not as old as Luzia, who's 12, I think. Did they say 12,000 years? Excuse me. Luzia is older than the uh Idaho skeleton. Oh, we got some red. Okay. The finds, along with recent discoveries in North America, like those of the so-called Kennewick man and Spirit Cave man, are forcing a reassessment of long established theories as to the settling of the Americas. Based on such evidence, Dr. Neve suggests that Luzia belonged to a nomadic people who began arriving in the New World as early as 15,000 years ago. Again, why are they assuming that they arrived? That's the out of Africa theory. They really don't divert from that out. So everything again gets molded into it. No matter what they find, they're gonna convert it to an out of Africa theory. Okay. Luzia's Negroid features notwithstanding, Dr. Neves is not arguing that her ancestors came to Brazil from Africa in an early transatlantic migration. Instead, he believes they originated in Southeast Asia. Now, I highlighted those in blaring red and yellow because that's how they take something that was alleged, was profound, when you go with an out of Africa theory, and they make it business as usual. So because you don't want to go with what you find, you're going to convert it to another Mongoloid story if you're going with Asia, right? So let's read that one more time. Luzia's Negroid features notwithstanding, because they're about to knock that shit down, Dr. Neves is not arguing that her ancestors came to Brazil from Africa. Well, why not? It does fit with your stupid out of Africa theory, but I think when they find something that's solid, that's when they go into fantasy land. So because Luzia is so real, they don't want to link her to Africa. They actually want to keep the out of Africa theory a theory, apparently, because when they find something real, it just becomes too real. And then the fact that they're calling us African Americans is certainly not helping. They don't want LUZIA to trace back to Negroes of North America, although she's a Negro. So they're going to do a hell of a jig. They sweating with this one to make her what? Southeast Asia. Isn't that business as usual? So she's Asian Negroid? Okay. You know what, y'all? Can't we see what's going on here? They duck and dodge to make us a non-factor in even the most profound archaeological digs. Nearly 2,000 years older than Mongolian bones, and the Negro still can't get no credit. They just like it's something that's due you, and somebody keeps stealing it. Genocide. Genocide. You're genociding me as a people on my own land. You're doing some kind of jig, although she's a Negro, you're going to make her, for some reason, a Southeast Asia Negro. But when the Mongoloids come, Negroes are not involved in that. When you say that the Southeast Asia Mongoloids come, there's no Negro in that. You vehemently are against that. But now that LUZIA is found and she's a Negro, suddenly now Negroes can kind of sort of be Mongoloid. You see how it just always like works? It's like some kind of self coagulating machinery. It just always goes back to the bullshit, no matter how much you fragment it. This is, it's a damn shame. That's what it is. It's sad. It's desperate. It's pitiful. It's people lying in their own fields. It's like, how do you sleep at night? What part of archaeology is real? What part is fake? If you keep doing this kind of bullshit, the whole science is trash. You're trashing the science. You're trashing yourself, and you're trash. You're lying to the masses. Why? Because you're genociding us. You're genociding American Indians. Doing every breakdance you could think of to not make Americans the Negroes that they are. So let's say it again for the record. The American Negro is actually the first American Indian, okay? This is what LUZIA's find should have been about and proclaimed all over the science world. But nope. They stamped her Southeast Asian Negro, and that was the end of that. You need to take a screenshot of this bullshit. It's a shame. Shame on you, Dr. Neves, and all of you. Shame on you. You on this landmass lying about the ancestors buried in it. You need to be taken off of this landmass. If it's all about Asia, take your ass there, because that's what this amounts to, right? You're stealing somebody's legacy. I don't know who you're giving it to, but you certainly are stealing it. So you can get some cut, some kind of payoff. I mean, why even call her Negro if you're going to do all of this acrobatics and its contortions? I mean, I ain't seen none of this shit in Cirque du Soleil. Migrating. Oh, okay. So here's how they're going to explain how she's Negro, but not. Okay, so Dr. Neves is not arguing that her ancestors came. You don't have to argue. The fact that she's a Negro, takes the argument factor out, right? But why are you arguing? Because you don't accept your own findings? People, do you understand what I'm reading here? I mean, I'm talking beyond American Indians. Do y'all understand what LUZIA means and why they're doing the denial dance around her? So when do you change the narrative about Mongolians? You never do you? You work so hard to build that lie, you never take it down, right? Again, this is genocide. Genocide. It's genocide. A form of genocide. Okay, so let's read this and connect it with the next mind-blowing sentence. Luzia's Negroid features notwithstanding, Dr. Neves is not arguing that her ancestors came to Brazil from Africa in an early transatlantic migration. Instead, he believes, based on his bias, they originated in Southeast Asia, migrating from there in two directions: south to Australia, where today's Aboriginal peoples may be their descendants, and navigating northward along the coast and across the Bering Straits again. Hallelujah. Until they reach the Americas. So they're basically saying the same people, some of them went across the Bering Straits and some of them went down to Australia. So then this big, profound Negro discovery becomes about Mongolians who went in two different directions. The end. Nothing changed. Everybody go back to work. I mean, it's safe now. We turned her into a Mongolian again. This is archaeology? My friend Mike of New York. I'm going to call my friend Mike of New York. He studied archaeology. And his big argument with me, now, Michael, you one of my best friends, so this is not, you know, necessarily the end of a friendship. But his argument to me, you have to show me the archaeological proof that black people, black, that your people were here before anybody else. Now, I can show him LUZIA, but because they word this in a way in which makes it easier for them to genocide American Indians, the real ones, he might read this and still walk away thinking, that's not archaeological proof. My friend Michael has a kind of deep voice. And see, and the merry-go-round continues. The merry-go-round of the masses still believing that Mongoloids were the first Native Americans. So LUZIA, girl, you just been what do you call it? Sashayed away. Mama, you lived to tell the truth and they made you a whole lie. But you know, you're gonna be vindicated, mama. You're gonna be vindicated. Mm-hmm. We're gonna clown this entire industry. Well, they already made themselves clowns with this kind of BS. But see, we're gonna claim our great ancestor Luzia as one of our own because she is. She's not African. They're making her, oh, how shall we say it? Africa via Australia. Oh, Lord, it's just so convoluted. It's like, oh, oh boy, oh boy. But it's funny, even in the out of Africa theory, you think that American Negroes would get some kind of status because what they're trying to say that everybody came from Africa, right? So when you put everything in Africa, we still don't get credit. So Pan Africans, guys, don't you see it's a lose-lose when you go Africa with it? First of all, you're gonna be part of Darwin's little lineup. I told you you're gonna be the middle monkey. I mean, okay, they might make you the second monkey after the Caucasian man, but still, you are ape man, okay? That's what you get when you out of Africa. And that's what these some of our monkey asses want. So I'm fine being a monkey man, as long as it's from Africa. I'm a monkey from Africa, a proud monkey from Africa. Good luck with that, y'all, because I am not. I no longer even believe. I know that Africa was not a belief. I'm sorry. Oops. Slip. It was just indoctrination slip. Mass indoctrination slip. I know that America is an older civilization because, well, I did a video on it, and also because the way all of this is shaping out, it's just America is too central a figure for her to be not significant. In other words, everything that America is, Africa should be if she were the motherland. She'd be the one feeding us. She'd be the one. We'd look like her and she'd look like us. She wouldn't have outhouses in this day. You know, we wouldn't be seeing people walking around, you know, like we see in Africa. That Africa wouldn't be a third world country if she was a motherland. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And this is not a diss, but it's just it's like snap out of it, please. People are not running to be in Africa, except programmed American Indians who have been brainwashed and think that that's motherland, and then get there and then they find out that they should have saved a whole lot more in their little nest egg because ain't nothing there for them. Okay, that's not mother. Okay, Africa's not. Everybody's coming to. Everybody want when Ukraine has an issue, they run to America. When people are looking for what is it? What's that word? What's the word with an S? I think sanctuary. Well, I forget what it is. They don't go to Africa. They come to America. Okay, because America is because they genocided the Indians. They got all this extra stuff to give, like the free giveaway. Because don't pay no attention to those quote unquote Negroes, and forget about that LUZIA thing. That she don't got nothing to do with them. Just come over here and take all their stuff and look at them like they belong in Africa. It's like, wait a minute, no. If Africa was the motherland, everything that America is right now, Africa would be. Catching all everybody running over there, being called African and dying to be African, to get that green card, just happy because they know they're gonna get something. So they're gonna get like this the free cheese giveaway. They get to Africa, it's nothing available. And I'm just talking facts. This is like a slap. Sometimes people need to be like slapped with it. Wake up. I'm not bragging. I pay a high price as an American Indian. I pay a very high price. So no, I'm talking from years of disenfranchisement. This is not bragging. My ancestors paid the highest price. So I'm speaking on their behalf, and I'm speaking boldly, and fuck what you think. I'm sorry. Pardon me, y'all, when I get like this. It's just that this crap gotta end, y'all. This crap gotta end. There's a new year coming, and we gotta think about some major changes, namely not being under a commercial system. We gotta resurrect law of the land Indians. It only lives in you. Law of America only lives in American Indians, y'all. And we are not trying to use that against anybody, but we are tired of being genocided. So we're going to use it to our benefit. And this is not an act of violence against any corporation. This is the fight for my life, the fight for my family, who deserve to be on their homeland, living lovely. The doctrine of discovery has been denounced. So they're saying LUZIA, that Negro woman, she came from Australia after she left Africa. And she was part of them Mongolians that came through the Bering Straits, but the other Mongolians went down to Australia, and then she came to, I guess she swam across the ocean, because they're saying she came from Australia. So homegirl had her own boat by herself before the Mongolians came. Look at how they twist this story up, man. So all her other well, I don't know what they even call them now, Negro Mongolians, went through Siberia, and she said, I bet y'all I get there before you do. And she did, by swimming across the Atlantic. She must have been one strong bee. She got on that Atlantic and toughed it out by herself. Well, all her other Negro Mongolians, or I don't know how they're gonna say that happened. She was the Negro one. That's why she went down, and the white Negroes went up the Bering Straits, because they like the cold weather. And she was like the dark Mongolian Negro, so she went south. She said, I ain't going to that freaking ice wall. Nah, fuck that. So that's how you turn a Negro woman into something Australian, African, Southeast Asian. That's the only time a Negro gets to be many things. Okay? When they stealing your birthright, okay? And they got to convert that shit to give it to somebody else, okay? About 1/3 of Luzia's skeleton has been recovered, enough to indicate that she appears to have perished in an accident or perhaps even from an animal attack. She was in her 20s when she died, stood just under 5 feet tall, and was part of a group of hunter-gatherers who appear to have subsisted largely on whatever fruits, nuts, and berries they came across in their meanderings. Everybody just wake up in Africa and start meandering, right? They look at Africa, as I said before, and say, what a dump, and start making it over to America, although they don't even know America exists. They say, any place gotta be better than this. You Africans should really stand up and say, why y'all keep saying people leave this country so fast? The minute they born, they on their way to America. Don't even know it exists, right? That's just it's one of those weird things that happen in the migration patterns, the evolution theory. People wake up in Africa and say, why did God put me here? They get me the fuck out. I'm sorry, Africa. That's what the narrative is. Nobody stays. Once they figure out where they at, they get the fuck out. I'm sorry, Africa. That's what they're saying. No, it seems like nobody likes to stay there. But they come to America and now everybody wants to be the first American, or somebody's trying to make them. Oh, but then they say you Africans came here, but then y'all don't even get the credit just so that we don't get the credit. So y'all talk about Mansa Musa or Abu Bakari. Then we read that Ramses the Third, but don't mean a thing. It don't mean a thing if it's about that niggering. Bop shabop shabop bop boop bop boop bop bop shabop bop 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 boo. So no matter how we get to America first as quote unquote Negroes, it does not get onto the public record. It's like, it was a mistake. But when these mongoloids came, everything, the flowers start growing and the rainbows sprout up and the birds start singing and everything was beautiful. So we have now 3 points by which something from Africa or Africa via Australia or something came to America that don't exist in the mind of the public because it all gets mongoloided. Abu Bakari. They say he was before, well, I think with Abu Bakari, they still saying the Mongoloids was here, I think. But with Ramses the Third, I don't know if we, let me see. It's just, let's just say LUZIA tops both of them. LUZIA tops Ramses the Third and the alleged Abu Bakr. Okay, LUZIA came before everything and everyone, and she's a Negro, and still Negroes get no first American credit. That's the magic of archaeology in the United States and the Americas, because she was found in South America. But somehow archaeology has to be rewritten to make her a migrant. They have no proof that she came from Africa, none whatsoever, or Australia. They found her here, but they do some kind of, again, their soleil contortions with her bones and their minds. Poof, she's a Mongolian, basically. Okay. They were, she was in her 20s when she died, stood just under 5 feet tall, and was part of a group of hunter-gatherers who appear to have subsisted largely on whatever fruits, nuts, and berries they came across in their meanders, plus the occasional piece of meat. This is intriguing and interesting, and I want to know more. I want to know more about how I can make her Mongolian. Dr. David J. Meltzer, a professor of anthropology at Southern Methodist University and an expert on Paleo-Indian populations of North America, said in a telephone interview from Dallas, skeletal material of this age is extraordinarily rare, both here and in South America. So I am delighted to know that something of this antiquity is popping up. The region where Dr. Neves and his associates are working has been the focus of archaeological inquiry since the mid 19th century when Peter Wilhelm Lund, a Danish naturalist, first encountered human skeletal remains there. Many of the specimens he uncovered are now stored at the University of Copenhagen. How does it leave America and go to the University of Copenhagen? They just come to America and mess with our ancestors and cart them off to Europe or Africa, just like we were in the time of Columbus. Um, they it's like we're a non-entity because so they find these Negro bones. Nobody consults Negroes because they're going to say that, well, y'all, not you Negroes. It's another group of Negroes. But we don't have to talk to y'all. Nobody, you out of this equation. He found that the material had not been cataloged by geological strata and therefore could not be used for his research. Wait a minute. Can we read that again? Many of the specimens he uncovered are now stored at the University of Copenhagen. But when Dr. Neves went to examine them, he found that the material had not been cataloged by geological strata and therefore could not be used for his research. LUZIA herself was originally discovered in 1975. The height of disco, and we didn't know that Negroes was basically the first American. We could have been dancing to this beat, y'all. Celebrating. Maybe we was celebrating in spirit, huh? Luzia came in the disco era. No wonder we was having such a good time. Our Nana popped up and said, "How y'all doing? Well, get your dance on." The Studio 54. I love the nightlife. I got to boogie on a disco ride. I bet Luzia was singing that. Oh boy. So she was in a rock shelter by a joint French. Wait a minute. She was discovered in 1975 in a rock shelter by a joint French-Brazilian expedition that was working not far from Belo Horizonte, Brazil's third largest city. The skull was buried under more than 40 feet of mineral deposits and debris, separated from the rest of the skeleton, but otherwise in remarkably good condition. This is a site where the soil was high in limestone content, which helped to preserve these remains for so long, explained Dr. Andre Proust, a French archaeologist. It's like they send everyone from Europe here. Don't we have archaeologists in America? I guess they might be maybe want to say that it's American, so we got to get all these foreign archaeologists so they can start doing their hocus pocus. They go, oh, she's from Australia, a Negro from Australia. But don't they come from Africa? She's from Australia. Okay. Is she anything like the Negroes here? Get out. But I'm sorry. Pack your bags. She is not one of these American Negroes. Thank you for your services. That'll be all. Along with other, okay. Did we read this? So, okay. Where do we end off? Otherwise, Our French archaeologist at the French University of Minas Gerais. It's like all our colonizers get the bones. We got the French ones, the German ones. All the colonizers come flocking over here to grab the bones, and we think they're going to tell the truth. They got a story to tell. They got narratives to promote eternally. Uh, that the society requires that they have to put a narrative on everything they find. No matter what you find in America, never say it's American, especially if it's Negro. Okay. So, uh, explained Dr. Andre Proust, a French archaeologist at the Federal University of Minas Gerais, who was part of the initial team and continues to work in the area. In other places, the bones disappear for a short time. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Uh, well, he's saying that without the limestone, the bones disappear after a short time. Along with other material from the same expedition, LUZIA was then taken to the National Museum here, finally. But she was put away in storage. And it was not until 1995 that Dr. Neves examined the skull, quickly noticed its unusual characteristics, and invited other scientists, including Dr. Joseph Powell, an anthropology professor at the University of New Mexico, to join him in drawing up a profile of LUZIA. So they find something so profound, and then they just put her in storage. It's like something is off here. Something is off here. If this is the huge find that it is, why is she put away in hiding, basically? Because you don't want us to talk about this. You don't want it to be the big thing that it is. You want to sit on it, dream up some more stories of how she's not American, right? And then when you feel like it, this is why they say technology is like the masses never are at the same pace as technology really is, because they keep it from us. You know, like they get so information and of this nature should amount to genocide, right? This is not technology. This is somebody's bones speaking to a whole entire ethnic group, and it just gets sat on instead of celebrated, because we can't have these Negroes thinking that they were the first ones here, and at the same time tell them that Mongolians was here before them. And we gotta let the Pan Africans make up put their little piece of bullshit in the mix too. They will help us because they're the ones that these American Negroes believe in. Okay. Dr. Neves bases his estimate of Lucia's age on the fact that the skull was found in a geological strata where the age of other organic material has been established through radiocarbon dating. The same procedure would ordinarily have been done with Lucia, but the specimen does not have enough collagen, the protein that gives bones its resiliency, to allow that standard technique to be used. So everything around her can be radiocarbon dated, but they couldn't use that on her because she didn't have enough collagen. but everything around her was radiocarbon dated. Okay. We're sort of stuck, said Dr. Powell, who's a curator of human osteology at the Maxwell Museum. We know that she is so old that most of the organic portion of the bone has leached out. Leached out? It would have been great to have the radiocarbon dating, but that is not going to happen unless techniques improve dramatically, which they may. With that avenue of verification closed, Dr. Neves is making other efforts to determine the racial and other characteristics of LUZIA. Early this year, a computerized image of LUZIA's skull was sent to Richard Neve, a forensic specialist on the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Manchester in England. All of America's stuff is like just given to Europe, with a request that he reconstruct her face. See, when it gets, I hate to have to go there, but America is still under colonial rule, right? Through its government system, right? It would seem to me that somewhere in the Americas, we would say, that's our property. Let us do the research on it. But it's like immediately we're giving it to people who are already biased against America, shall we say, as colonizers, right? So what are they going to do with the information? Are they going to ever really tell us what they find? Are they going to give us something in a narrative that just enough to make you doubt yourself and who you are as a Negro? Because Luzia is a Negro, but she's not a Negro like American Negroes. She's more like Negroes from Australia and Southeast Asia. But maybe if we had a government that was really about Americans, maybe we could claim those bones and not always be so biased against an American origin of those bones. But it's sad because the most precious things we have are being given to the same countries that basically stole our culture, stole our identity, stole our land, and we take these precious bones and just hand it over. That's all right. The ancestors work with living. Okay. So this is really already a done deal. These lies are going to come to a crashing halt, and there will be no one to stand up and really lie to our face. You know, they'll look really strange doing that because we'll realize, so whoever really argues us down the most, those are the ones that are either the ones or connected to the ones who have most to lose by us waking up, apparently, right? And right now, I'm telling you, it seems to be a Pan-African source that fights us the hardest. I found that out for my conversation at the beginning of this video. With that avenue of verification closed, Dr. Neves is making other efforts to determine the racial and other characters. So they're going to make her some other race. They already said she's Negro, right? But they can't settle with that. So they're going to make other efforts to determine the racial and other characteristics of LUZIA. They're going to make like a lot of diverse characteristics so she won't be quite so Negro, right? Early this year, a computerized image of Luzia's skull was sent to Richard Neve, a Forsnick specialist on the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Manchester in England, with a request that he reconstruct her face. Do we get European bones and do all science? Was it a trade system? Because I don't recall America getting bones from other places to figure out those other cultures and other landmass people's genealogy. But because we're dominated by a corporate de facto government, none of this stuff is protected. It's like it's giving our stuff to, again, the forces that colonize us. We don't get to have a say. And if they're doing that, with our ancestors, there's no concern for us. Again, it's genocide. It was in much better shape than many other Forsnick subjects we had to do, Mr. Neve said in a telephone interview. What he ended up with when he finished was a face with the features one associates with Negroid skulls, particularly the nose and jaw. But she's still not quite Negro, right, y'all? When you do this sort of work, it is very important to have no preconceived ideas. Oh, really? Mr. Neve said. But you do have preconceived ideas, right? You think she's from Africa or by way of Australia. That part you just added on your own, right? Mr. Neve said, I personally would stick my neck out and say it is conclusive support for his findings and demonstrates without a doubt, any doubt at all, that Luzia is of non-Mongoloid origin. But you're still saying she's come from Southeast Asia, though. I don't know. I'm confused at this, which I think was supposed to happen, actually. When her remains were discovered, Luzia was alone. But more than 40 other skeletons that appear to be from the same general period have been found in a nearby area called Lagoa Santa. And scientists in Brazil hope to be able to test Dr. Neve's theory by doing radiocarbon dating on at least some of them. There are a large number of skeletons at this site. Some of them in better condition than that of Luzia, Dr. Proust said. So there's a whole family of Negroes. There's a great density of skeletons there, buried in an organized fashion. And so we conclude this was a cemetery for them, perhaps the oldest in the Americas. So this was something great that happened, and Negroes in America never got any links, any linkage to this incredible find of a Negro woman. And that is, in and of itself, is profound. Because they can't link her to a Mongoloid, they downplay her, apparently. I mean, it's like it didn't even make any kind of like, if this was in 1975, I don't recall hearing anything about it, to be honest. I thought this was very relatively new, but this is almost half my lifetime they done found this woman. And still there's like not enough said about it. It's not allowed to be the game changer that it is, because they're going to go back to business as usual, baby. This is why the ancestors realize, I think, that really, they have to do the yeoman's work, because the system that we're in, it is astounding how very deep this is for them. I think they have like a mass mind program themselves, because I think it's done automatically. I don't even think a thought. It's like it's become so. This level of genocide has become so um, standard. It's just done with no thought. Just like a lot of people in Congress, like, in one sense, you want to say these people, why are they doing this? I don't think it's something that it's like a paralysis, program paralysis. Something you do so much that you don't even know you're doing. You just do it and you're not even thinking about it anymore. Like, I don't think the people in Congress, even many of them, realize that they are not even going by the 19 enumerated functions. They just like sort of on autopilot. Well, I think they know that they have a lot of power, but I think somehow they might be being told that, oh yeah, the people, we took a vote and the people will agree with this, what you're doing. Can we see the vote? No, no, we got it. No, it's valid. We got a reputable source. The people agree. They like what y'all do. Okay, you sure now? Yeah. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. It's like they're just a overall disconnect that has become normal in a country that's supposed to be the government for the people by the people. It is anything but that. And just forget about the Indians, right? Well, not exactly. Okay. So again, we're reading this to, like, we have to do a wink wink on it. Like, reminder, everybody, the oldest bones in America were Negroid. Did you forget already? Figures. I kind of thought you did. That's why Haru's doing this video. I had other ideas for videos, but Luzia, she's the one that made it happen. Thank you, Luzia. Thank you. Thank you. Because I think this is a great topic, and I celebrate Luzia in as much as this is an American Indian woman being lied on, just like all her children are, all her brethren. They gonna lie on her. They whether you're dead or alive, it don't matter. They lie on their own mama, right? Well, they lying on this mama, right? They don't want to admit that she's American. But again, it's odd because they're trying to, it's like something in their scripts, it says nobody originated in America. That's why we can take it. That's what they're saying. Oh, so it's just a matter of finding out here who was here first, but then that doesn't matter because we're gonna say that they migrated. And if it's a Negro, we're just gonna play like do a whole like Parcheesi, checkerboard, backgammon move. All kinds of moves we're gonna make to make her not Negro, but Negro, but not Negro. Okay. So there was a whole lot of other bones found near her. It was they think it was a graveyard. Oh boy. Initial indications are that these skeletons indeed have many of the same facial features. They found a whole graveyard of Negroes, y'all. And other characteristics that first made Luzia stand out. But even in the name they gave her, like they're trying to link her to Lucy. Why? Lucy is African, Luzia is American. She don't need to be named after Lucy. But they so see that's a name, that's a word spell, name spell. Just trying to make her, somehow they want to link her to Lucy because they want to get Africa involved in this somehow. Because the idea is we already made Africa the motherland, so we can't have America being a motherland. Initial indications are that these skeletons indeed have many of the same facial features and other characteristics that first made Luzia stand out. We see this pattern with other skeletons of the same age from the Lagoa Santa site, Dr. Powell said. We have seen 37 of them now, and they all have this sort of unusual appearance. Now, when I first heard of Luzia, I did not know that there was a whole bunch, her whole family was there. So I don't recall this wasn't in my mental Rolodex. In an effort to test the theory that Luzia belonged to a people ethnically distinct from the ancestors of modern North and South American Native Americans, scientists have also begun DNA sequencing in the Lagoa Santa skeletons. Dr. Sergio Pina, a geneticist at the Federal University of Minas Gerais, is conducting one set of tests while other samples have been sent to the Max Planck Anthropological Institute in Germany. Oh, Lord. Where the DNA of Neanderthal man was isolated in 1997 for examination. In this day and age, I don't know why any of this has to be done outside of America. We know that today's Amerindians have four main groups, said Dr. Pina, who found a genetic marker common to 17 different widely dispersed Indian groups across the Americas. The Americans? In the course of an earlier project. They didn't take any of that stuff from the southern states, by the way. At least not with the DNA test. They didn't take any samples from southern states like Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. So when they line you up to be Native American, they conveniently can't test you against anything from the South where most of our North American Indians were from. So that's why they get to play, let's put them in Africa with our DNA, because they never took any samples from the southern states. Now, if they took samples from the southern states, that's where our DNA would line up with. But because they are politically genociding us once again, they compare us to the American Indians that were taken to West Africa so that they can then say that that's where we're from. No, we're not from West Africa. We were taken from here, or we left here during Jim Crow or whatever. And y'all, the United States created Liberia so that they can say that we're from West Africa. Genocide. Political genocide. Okay. So genetic markers to 17 different widely dispersed Indian groups across the Americas, except for the southern state Indians. In the course of an earlier project, what would constitute molecular proof of Walter's hypotheses is to find DNA sequences completely different from those four groups. Dr. Meltzer said this is clearly the way to resolve the issue. The skull is intriguing morphological evidence, but in order to really nail this down, issue of affinity this issue of affinity, you need evidence. The DNA is the way to go. Not necessarily. Again, if you're not taking samples from certain places, you'll never link them to those places, right? So then you'll hop, skip, and jump like y'all doing with LUZIA now. A version of this article appears in print on October 26, 1999, Section F, page 1 of the National Edition with the headline. Oh, that's the one we read, right? Isn't this the one we read? An ancient skull challenges long held theory. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is the article, a version of this article. Okay, okay, okay. So we've reached the end of it. Okay, okay. Okay, so yeah, 17 different widely dispersed Indians across the Americas in the course of an earlier project. What would constitute molecular proof of Walter's hypothesis is to find DNA sequences. Okay. Uh, what was Walter's hypothesis again? I have to do a, oh boy, let me do what was Walter? We can no longer say the first colonizers of the Americas came from north of Asia, as previously previous models have proposed, said Dr. Walter. So Dr. Walter is saying that would be a hell no to Mongolians. So now the guy down here is saying we would need more DNA molecular proof of Walter's hypothesis, you know, to you know, to resolve the issue. Hmm. Anything to cast doubt. So what was next? Do we have another article? Oh, this is one of 8 pages. Okay, let's see if we can get through this. Okay, I'm sorry, we're just doing overall, thing. I didn't think it would be so long, but let's give this incredible ancestor her props, and as long as we can stay awake. Luzia, America's oldest skeleton, is a black woman. Uh, so then we definitely have to read this, right? Who is Luzia? So where do we get this from? Kevin Douglas, Huffington Post. That's what it was from, the Huffington Post. You see the address up there, www.huffingtonpost. Somehow I left a W out, but that is where it came from, the Huffington Post. I recall now. I don't know why I didn't have it more clearly. And this is from Kevin Douglas, June 13th, 2017. So you can look it up if you don't believe that's from the Huffington Post. Luzia, America's oldest skeleton, is a black woman. Well, we know we don't call ourselves black, right? So what's the correct designation? She's an American Indian woman. We're going to pause for 1 minute. I need to do a short break. We are back. Thank you for your patience, even though I think it should have been only a short period on your end. I had to get me some coffee because now this article seemed like it's just cutting to the chase. We read 3 counts of bullshit, but this one starts out with a bang. They just going for it, right? Like, let's just keep it simple. So I'm glad we ended on this, I believe this is the last article. And let's hope it's not, another rub. Uh, I skimmed through them, but I didn't read them in their entirety. So let's see what we got here. Luzia, America's oldest skeleton, is, I'm going to call it American Indian, or her, American Indian. I think that might be the title of the video, because we're going to really cut to the chase. Because we know black is a misnomer, right? For it was one of the reclassifications of American Indians. So maybe we'll look at Walter Plecker for people who don't know before we close out. So you heard that correctly. LUZIA, America's oldest skeleton, is a American Indian who was reclassified, like we all were, as black here in America when it comes to the federal census. Okay, but then that translated to not just North America, but basically the entire world, right? This misnomer is like worldwide. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we got. And once again, this is from the Huffington Post. Okay. Okay. LUZIA, America's oldest skeleton. Who is LUZIA? Nicknamed LUZIA, as her name pays homage to the famous fossil Lucy, who lived 3.2 million years ago, the 11,500-year-old skeleton was found in Lapa, Vermelha. Is this the same article we read? Oh boy. I hope it's not the same article. Because sometimes they, lately I noticed they do that. Okay, no, it's not exactly. Okay. Because I see something about mound builders. Okay. If it's the same article, I don't know if we want to read it again. But I think it's a different article. So, okay. Nicknamed LUZIA, as the name pays homage to the famous fossil Lucy, who lived 3.2 million years ago in somebody's fantasy, pardon. The 11,500-year-old skeleton was found in Lapa, Vermelha. So she's 11,500 years old. Okay. Brazil, in 1975 by archaeologist Annette Laming and Pereira. Forensics have determined that LUZIA died in her early 20s. Her facial features include a narrow oval cranium, projecting face, and pronounced chin, strikingly dissimilar to most Native Americans. Now, see, they got the wording right. Okay, so this is a little different, I believe. Anthropologists have variously described LUZIA's features as resembling those of Negroids, Indigenous Australians, Melanesians, and the Negritos of Southeast Asia. So now everybody's a Negroid, right? First it was just us, but when it comes to a find like this, now the anthropologists want to spread our our birthright to everyone, so it doesn't really become ours anymore. It's like we have to share it, right? See, that's what I see when I read something like this. When it comes to being political Negroes to be disenfranchised, that's all us. But now when it comes to, oh no, we done found some old bones and we got to make as many Negroes as possible outside of these American Negroes, because we don't want them to get no crazy ideas, right? Right. So now we just like Indigenous Australians, we're like Melanesians, we're like the Negritos of Southeast. We just I'm every Negro. It's all in me. Anything you want, baby, with my legacy. Oh, 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 no, no, no. Oh, no, no. Okay. Negroids, Indigenous Australians, Melanesians, blah, 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 blah. Y'all didn't know there was this many Negroes around the world, did you? You thought you was the only one? Not when it comes to this birthright, you ain't. Okay. Walter Neves, an anthropologist at the University of Sao Paulo, suggests that Luzia's features most strongly resemble those of Australian Aboriginal Negroid people. I told you, the woman looks like my grandmother, but no, my grandmother's just a little bit too American Indian to be associated with Luzia. So they got to leave the continent once again, and they're going to make her Australian. Now, that led me to, wonder, are Australians seen as Negroid? I don't think they were. From what I recall, I didn't think that Australians were seen as Negroes. They're like their own thing, right? That's why they call them Aboriginals, right? So they supposed to be like older than us, basically. Somehow in the windmills of propaganda, I think they're trying to say that Australians are, or they might be trying to link them with Neanderthal. I'm not really sure. I guess I didn't do nothing with Australia yet. Hmm. Okay. Um. So unlike usual now, they don't seem to want to go with Africa. Now, when I look at Luzia, I can see them calling her African too, right? But again, she's too uh too close to being a current zeitgeist. So they don't want her to be African for some reason. Um so unlike usual, where everything is just called African flat out, every black thing, quote unquote, black thing found in America is automatically associated with Africa. They did a little something different with Luzia. And I think it's because uh they're just that allergic to giving us that kind of credit now. Because see, American Indians are still being what's the word? Politically genocided. Yeah. So they can't say in the middle of genocide that the oldest people are these Negroes. See, we have to be seen as we were just slaves from Africa. That's why Luzia can't be directly from Africa like that. Like normally they would make everything, everything Negro is African, including American Indians, right? So with Luzia, they're going a little bit off script with her, but it only shows how dubious their methods are, if we can call them methods. Is lying a method? I guess it is. Uh, the methods of deception? Yeah, I guess so. So for some reason, they want to make her Australian Negro. So anything to not associate her with American Negro. You see, that's part of the genocide. What would happen if we were linked to Luzia? Well, then we might have land rights, right? This might be called our land, right? So they have to give it to someone who's not here in America. They have to say she's Australian. They know them people ain't. That most, from what I see of the Australians, I ain't never seen an Aboriginal in America. I don't believe they're not interested in the quote unquote new world. They like it. They like to keep it Flintstone. I mean, I think they fine where they are. They cool with prehistoric things, and all of that. So America's not threatened by calling the Aboriginals of Australia Negroes related to LUZIA, because they know them Australians ain't far from ever trying to take land rights in America, right? So see, it's a genocide because for the sake of once again taking our over control of our land. That's how this shapes up. So although they will claim she's Negroid, she's not like the Negroes in America somehow. It's like, it's like it's just there's like this magnetic resistance. Is like, when magnets don't connect and they push each other away. So they kind of like have to do that with Luzia. That she's don't wait Negroes, don't get too happy yet. We're not trying to stop oppressing you. There's other Negroes by y'all, in case y'all didn't know. And so we gonna call her Australian Negro. Okay. Now y'all just stay somewhere west in Africa, someplace insignificant. That's what y'all are. That's how they get to take our land, y'all. And that's how they justify it. And that's how they keep it from, they don't want us to hear any kind of rhetoric saying that we were the first Americans. Everything they do to us in this country is to make us last and hopefully extinct. I'm sorry, I have to say it how I know it is, okay? I'm not gonna dance around this because it's just the implications are too serious. Okay, so no, this is a whole genocide, okay? And I think we're gonna have to really start getting very familiar with that word, because that's what this all amounts to. Okay. So she's Negroid now, and the person went as far in the beginning to call her a black woman, but here in the body of the article, the anthropologists are working diligently to turn Aboriginals into the Negroids that are related to Luzia, but not the American Negroes. That's a special type of Negro set aside for the slaughter, the sacrifice. And so through our sacrifice, everyone else is an American. Okay, of the first order. Well, actually, no. The first is reserved for the shareholders of the corporation. So everyone else is, then they come after them. They're like, we're the least American. As the first Americans, we are the least, so that our resources can be used to make wealth for our colonizer. You have to call a thing, to be fair. Okay. So yeah, so anthropologists have variously described Luzia's features as resembling those of Negroids, indigenous Australians, Melanesians, and the Negritos of Southeast Asia. At least they gave us first billing, right? But I think they want to leave off with Southeast Asia. That's the last thing you remember, right? Walter Neves, an anthropologist at the University of Sao Paulo, suggests that Luzia's features most strongly resemble those of Australian Aboriginal Negroid peoples. How convenient. We just pass over the closest Negroes to Luzia are in America, right? Again, let's jump continents to avoid the American Indians and continue the genocide, okay? Richard Neve of Manchester University undertook the Forsynic facial reconstruction, which is the meme I've posted of Luzia, and described it as Negroid. So Richard Neve described Luzia as Negroid, okay? Neves and other Brazilian anthropologists have theorized that Luzia's Paleo-Indian predecessors lived in Southeast Asia for tens of thousands of years after migrating from Africa and began arriving in the New World. The New World, okay, as early as 15,000 years ago. Paleo-Americans are the Aboriginal inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere and look similar to, oh Lord. So now they look like Australian Aboriginals, right? So Paleo-Americans are the Aboriginal inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere. That's now LUZIA is making it that they're Negroid, but more similar to Australian Aboriginals, Malaysian Negrito. See, now they see how they just they had Negro first in the last sentence, but now the Negro disappears, right? That's the paper genocide, yo. I gotta call it like it is. I'm sorry. I'm not, because that's what it really actually is. Okay. So we started out calling her Negro, but then, and that was the first thing we called her. But now we go with the second one. She's her look and similar to Australian Aboriginals, Malaysian Negritos, and now we add a new one, and the Manasseh Negritos. So they want them to be Spanish Negroes, I guess, you know. So they're linking them with our colonizers' origins, right? Excuse me. So our colonizers get to once again split up our birthright amongst themselves. She's Australian, well, Australian wasn't, but Britain colonized Australia, right? So there's a storefront for Britain, Australia, I guess. When you hear Negritos, that's the Spanish, right? So you got Negritos, that's the Spanish colonizer, right? And yeah, basically these were all Moors, according to educated, re-educated TV videos that we saw where he went down the line. The Khazars of Khazaria was Moors, the so-and-sos of Russia, he went down the entire line and he said they were all Moors. The Mongols of Mongolia and all of that, right? But then once they lighten up, they send their offspring. So that's how they begin to steal our birthright. It's the Moors that are behind it, okay? So now Negro has been completely removed from the equation. It's done very subtle. This is all word spell, you know. Again, earlier, let's see, right? Earlier, she was, where was it? Yeah. Where was it? Okay, so here, let's do the highlight. Here, she's Luzia's features resemble those of Negroids, right? It was the first. Down here, they decide Paleo-Americans are the Aboriginal inhabitants. They don't want us to be that and look similar to Australian Aboriginals, Malaysian Negritos, and the Balinese Negritos. So right there was a little quickie, right? We said real quick because when you see the videos on this, he doesn't. I mean, he does say Negro, and then later on they do start talking about Australia. So this is how this psyop was uh, worked. Okay. Um, Paleo Americans are the elders of American. Let's read this again. Paleo Americans are the elders of Native Americans and contributed to the American Indian gene pool. Well, we didn't want any contributions because we weren't really looking to be deleted. So, if anything, they wanted to be part of our gene pool, and their fathers wanted them to be in our gene pool. We didn't really gain anything. In fact, we lost the more we mixed with them, right? Because then they end up saying we're from Africa, okay? Paleo Americans and the prognathic mound builder civilization. Oh Lord. Or the Moors are jumping for joy for this, right? But those Indians who know, we know that Moors are indigenous to North Africa, right? I mean, even in the Sundry Act, we were there was a video talking about that. They couldn't get protection in America under the the Sundry Act. They had to get that from Morocco. So they had to call on their mother country to keep them from being treated like Negroes over here. But they couldn't get it from America. They had to go to their or make Morocco their motherland in order to get protection. And that's another way that American Indians were invited to give up their birthright. In other words, if you stay in America, you're going to be treated like a Negro because we don't see Indians. But if you say you're from somewhere else, we won't bother you so much. So that's why I believe a lot of American Indians were under duress to call on a sultan, and he willingly, that's a colonizer move. That's a colonizer move. Oppress people that look like quote unquote Negroes and tell them if they identify as Islamic, we won't treat you so bad. Because now you'll work with us against the American Indians, or you'll help those American Indians to believe that you're one and the same. Meanwhile, you gave up your birthright for protection. Okay. Okay, you did what you had to do for you, but that's not going to work for some other Indians. That's the part they don't like to hear. Like, you gotta be me, though. You have to be me. You've got to be me. You've got to be me. What more could you be if you're not me? And I take your country. Okay, so they were the mound builders. Did they build mounds in Morocco? I don't know. Did they? I thought they were like the high Sadidi, you know, ones that, building those like Aladdin type roof tops and stuff. Was that their mounds? Those teardrop candy kiss, chocolate kisses type kind of roof uh architecture. They were Moors were mound builders. The Morocco, they built mounds in Morocco. I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know. I don't know about this. I ain't never heard no of Moors being indigenous to America unless they was colonized Indians. Really though, really. Okay. They were a mound builder civil. Okay, I don't know how we got to mound building Moors, but um, the thing is, it's just weird because again, Islam is a very new religion, so you know we Moors are typically Islamic, so they sort of like make themselves predate Islam. But again, if y'all are indoctrinated Indians, then you're indoctrinated Indians. You got to take the whole indoctrination. You can't have it both ways. Okay, really, you shouldn't. You know, um, because it causes confusion for people who are actually just American Indian. When you hear talking about, I'm from Morocco and America, it's like, come on now, come on. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Mound Builder civilization. The Paleo-American, let's say, Paleo-Americans and the prognathic mound builder civilization Moors of North, Central, and South America look similar. Yeah, that's why they want to take our birthright. They figure if I look like you, can't I have your land? No, not if you're claiming Africa. That's your land. North Africa. Okay, so extra. Here, next following image, we have a visual inside a room in the temple of Morals of Banapanak. Oh gosh, Bonampak. Ooh, God, which is an ancient Mayan archaeological site in Chiapas, Mexico, dating back to 500 to 800 AD. There are 3 rooms with immaculate images that depict the people who lived in that territory at that time. The architects or artisans were incredible, to say the least, from coloration to the style of hair was remarkably designed. The circles I added around their hair is a blatant illustration of the indigenous coarse-haired people. Well, there's the circle. There's see the braids, and there's some more like braids or dreadlocks. And there are there too, if you can see where the cursor is. 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here, 6 up here, 7. Okay. So they had like braids and they look thick. Okay. So those are the circles he added around their hair, the blatant illustration of the indigenous coarse-haired people with braids and or locks, not to mention the pigmentation of the Aboriginal or indigenous people of the land. By the way, they are all over the walls in the Temple of Murals and depict the same exact people. Mind you, notice the jaguar outfits. Need I say any more? Remember, the naysayers say they weren't here before 1492, but these were constructed between 500 to 800 AD. See now, um, Kemet is the African Egypt. Uh, Ethiopia is in Ethiopia. But Mexico would be an older civilization than Kemet and Ethiopia. So these people in Mexico would have been wearing this leopard stuff first. Okay, we did the timeline on this, y'all. Sorry. Check out the video about, a timeline survey. Mexico is an older civilization than Ethiopia and Canada. And that is what Horace Butler is trying to tell us in When Rocks Cry Out, which is another psyop that we have to dissect to get to the meat and bones of what he cannot say, because he boule. So this leopard stuff is if anything, it's coming from Mexico, or the jaguar. I'm sorry, was it jaguar? Yeah, the jaguar. Okay. Um, I guess that's it. I'm sorry. Because then they talking about see, I told you it was the Huffington Post. So now, see, at Huffington Post, we believe that everyone needs high quality journalism. Okay, so now they're just doing a little pitch down here. So I'm not going to read all that. So yeah. See, I have a problem with this idea because I know that America's older than Africa. So Africa didn't have any empires in America that predate America. So you got to get your timeline going, because they'll just throw this stuff at you and have you thinking. They'll do the dubious dating, which means they're going to tell you about some uh pre writing time. But if they weren't writing, how do you know what they were about? You're making it up. So when you hear people talking about 100,000 years BC, that is crazy talk to me, because I'm thinking, what writing are you? We have no evidence of any writing before hieroglyphs or even cuneiform, right? Hieroglyphs did come before cuneiform. So, but those are the two that we call, the oldest, right? So, to make these stretches back in time is kind of crazy, because you literally are making stuff up, right? There's no writing, there's no written language, whatever, beyond hieroglyphs. Although they will try to say that cuneiform was first. I always maintained that, to me, cuneiform looks like a numbering system. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like words to me. It just, my knee-jerk thought when I see cuneiform is it's like a numbering system, like the Incas are said to have only had a number system. They didn't have writing. And that's what I knew. Oh wow. So it is possible for a culture to only have a number system and no writing system. That's when I kind of was blown away by that. So this wasn't the best article. Um, well, part of it is because, I mean, it had a great title, see, but part of the reasons for that is because it's all being, they're putting a narrative on it, okay? And so, since they called her Negro, I wanted to do a word search about Indigenous Australians to see where they're called Negro. And as you see, I already had the word there. And there's no mention of a Negro in this Wikipedia entry about Aboriginals. But see, I wanted the word specifically Negro because that's the exact word they use when describing LUZIA. So that's why I was kind of like, well, it's interesting because nowhere are Indigenous Australians referred to as Negroid. But they do use the term black, which, what the hell is that, right? Now, Negro is seen to be basically a bone structure. In other words, that would be something that an anthropologists could look at. But black, what does black mean? Like, okay, so you have Negro, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid, right? Based on like the skull. What does the shape of a black thing, what would that be? Now we're gonna say Negro, but again, that word is Negro. It's not black, it's Negro. So the word, for as much as they're calling LUZIA Negroid, and I think all of them did say that. Oh, here was another thing, the classifications. So let me see. Blumenbach, you know, what does he say? They do end up calling it Australian, but I still say only in America did we have legislation calling us Negro. Now, that was a term being put on us. It very well may have been used in the world of the Moors, right? The word, but it was put on us, right? So, is that a way to take us off of America by linking us to something in what they're calling the East Hemisphere when we're older? So in other words, our age alone tells you that we wouldn't be named after Negroes who came much later than us. America is the old world. America is the original civilization. So the term Negro seems to have sprouted in the, somewhere in the Eastern world, right? So what I'm trying to say once again is we wouldn't have been named after them. They would have been named after, technically they should have been named after us, but the whole thing, we were supposed to be the new world, so we can't go making the world think that people in the quote unquote old world are named after people in the new world. So then, then we get called all of these misnomers, right? I was thinking of doing a quick video on the singer, is her name Tyler, and her hit single Water, because I read an article where she identifies as colored. And I thought, oh my God, here we go again. She's South African, but she's taken on a United States racial classification, and I thought, here we go again. Tyler is South African. Why is she calling herself colored? She's South African, and I just thought it's so sad that they don't, that, I think she tries to express some kind of pride in being South African, which is great. She should be proud of being what she is, but then why don't you call yourself South African? Don't let some political racial crap make you not be South African like they did us here in America. So it kind of irked me that a South African is calling themselves colored, but they're spelling it with a U, COLOURED, colored. I just thought this is, bottom line is we're American Indians, but I'm just saying it confuses the issue a little bit, because once again, now she'll be almost like she could be seen of as American Indian in some way, shape, or form, right? So our misnomers end up being the means by which other nations of people can now kind of share in our birthright. But we're not going to let that happen. American Indians, we did not show up to give away our birthright again, okay? As it was taken from us, Okay. But anyway, I thought it would be interesting to look at this, but maybe I should stay with the first one that we looked at. But let's see, Negro. So uh his adamant support that the Negro race is equal in capability and intelligence. Oh, so he gotta say, oh, just because they black don't mean they stupid. They just like Caucasians and Mongoloids. Just because they Negro, that don't mean they not intelligent. It becomes, oh, let's all try to have pity. Okay. So, okay, so there's three main groups were eventually recognized: Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid, right? But now they're saying that Australia is Negroid as a means to not associate LUZIA with American Negroes. So these terms were typically used to represent the Negroid of Africa. Now, that's the first people that Negro rep was supposed to represent, according to Blumenbach, right? But when it comes to LUZIA, they're going to cut that part out and say she's Australian. But these terms, in the three terms, Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid, these terms were typically used to typically the Negroid people of Africa, then Melanesia and New Guinea. Okay. The Mongoloid people of Asia, Native America, and the Eskimos of the Arctic, and the Caucasoid people of the Indo-European area. So those are the three. Melanesia, where's Melanesia? Negro represented allegedly people of Africa, Melanesia, and New Guinea. I want to highlight this, but how come it's not highlighted? I'm sorry, we're just cutting to the Negro portion of the article because we're kind of running a long video here. So I kind of want to skip to the okay. So eventually, so after all the hoopla, they boiled it down to Negroid, Mongoloid. What color do we want? Green. What we read? Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid. Okay, these terms were typically used to represent the Negroid people of Africa. See, that would, in their PSYOP, that should reflect back to American Indians, since they're using Negroid to associate us with Africa, right? But again, with LUZIA, they cutting Africa out and saying that now this article is not about LUZIA, so they're not biased right now, right? They're not going to change up the rules to make LUZIA Australian. But in this one, the guy who made these classifications, Blumenbach, and the ones that we most recently go by, Negroid only was for Negroid people of Africa, Melanesia, and New Guinea. Mongoloid were people of Asia, Native America. Yeah, make sure that's Native America, not American Indian. And the Eskimos of the Arctic, and the Caucasoid people of the Indo-European areas. Okay, I think that's all I want to read here, because I think I just want to show how Australia is not really associated with Negroid. But now that LUZIA is on the scene, where's Melanesia at? Uh, I, I don't know what that is. Uh, okay. Melanesia. Okay, let's see a Melanesia map. Is it near Australia? Melanesia. Okay, so it is near Australia, but it's not Australia. There's Melanesia, New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Santa Cruz. Okay, so well, so it's distinct from Australia, okay? But now, since LUZIA, they're going to say it's all one and the same. They just change up the rules as necessary to keep it away from American Indians. Okay. So Fiji is in Melanesia, is considered Melanesia. The Solomon Islands, Santa Cruz, New Caledonia. That's all Melanesia. Samoa is not too far. Okay, so now we know where Melanesia is. So where's the fourth? Yeah, so yeah, I just want to see the. Okay, so here we do have a little shenanigans here. One of the first classifications of mankind was made by Carl Linnaeus, the father of taxonomy. In this work, I'm sorry, in Systema Natura, okay, of 1758. In his this work, Linnaeus followed both continental geography and a color scheme that divided man into white. It's where he gets all crazy in white European, dark Asiatic, red American, and black Negro. Hmm. Dark Asiatic, red American, hmm, and black Negro. Hmm. But look, here we have again, right? We have Europe being a landmass, Asia sort of referring to Asiatic referring to Asia, red being, America. And what is Negro and black referring to? No landmass, right? You see how it's done? You could sort of see the land is being see it's this category of people don't have a landmass because America is their landmass. But when they're being taken off of it, they're being replaced by red Americans somehow, whatever that is, right? Well, we know that Indian red is basically the same color as what they're calling black Negro. So look at how land is usurped from a black Negro. So they're saying you're a landless people. Why? Because you're a cursed people. But that see, we were not cursed. And it's evidenced by our land. We said this before, but in the Bible, when you're cursed, your land is cursed. So were American Indians cursed? No, we weren't. We were made a curse so that those who are cursed could take over our resources. And I'm talking about Africa because I said this before, but we talk about being cursed in America, that American Negroes are somehow cursed or something, with generational curses on a land that's bountiful. We're not cursed, y'all. It would be a man-made curse, if anything, but not a God-made one, if you want to put it that way. Because if God was in it, the land would, they ain't nobody would want America if it was cursed, y'all. Now, juxtaposed to Africa, and Africa is literally said to be the poorest country on the face of the earth. They have more poor uh, countries in Africa than anywhere else on the map. Why is Africa cursed? That might be a question. I mean, in the biblical sense of a curse. Hmm. If you're mostly a desert, by the way, deserts are said to be where Set, the deity Set, uh, his land scape is usually desert. Why would Africa be cursed if she were cursed? Um, it has to do with the expelling, is my best uh jab at this question. And it has to do with the theft of our birthright. Um, American Indians we had our own spiritual system. It was not Christian, it was not Islamic, and it was not Hebrew Israelite. But the people who promoted that, those monotheistic religions, were expelled from America. Now, I do believe that in and of themselves, perhaps what they believe in is not anything, they're entitled to believe what they want to believe, right? The problem comes when you use it to bang someone else over the head with it. Now, from our point of view, we would have seen them as a curse because they were trying to redesign our ancestors, creating deities like Amen and Aten that we originally did not know of these deities. It would have been Ra, right? So they like to mix and match deities because they're trying to change things and make it seem like, oh no, it's the same one, but we just added a little something, something. Well, adding a little something, something is changing the deity. Okay. So they were a curse to us, but that wasn't a big deal. In other words, we we seeing them as a curse to us didn't mean that we thought their life should be taken, or that, we just didn't want them here. So it's not that we just banish them, right? In other words, we just don't want it here. You have a right to exist how you want to exist, but we can't allow you to erase our ancestors so that you can create new ones for the people that you're ushering. Because again, you didn't have to erase ours to entertain theirs. So that's why you were basically a curse to American Indians. But once you get to your new place, now you're enslaving people, and you're using religion as some sort of weapon of slavery. And that's when I think you begin to just be an all outright curse, because it's operating, the whole operation is operating on greed and the lust for power. That if that don't got more written all over it, I don't know what does. It's this lust of power that would make you be literally cursed because you're putting people through hell, and you have to get some of that coming back to you because you're putting people through it so you can get wealthy off of their back. So that's why you would become a curse. You don't see the sacredness of even humanity. All you see is opportunity for more. And you just crave power for the sake of power. Has nothing to do with wanting to serve humanity or what have you. It has everything to do with dominating and then controlling. In a land of wealth, you'll have people still scraping. When they have so much, you're going to limit. Why? Because you're catering to the deity that basically gets off on suffering. I just have to say it the way I see it. Set is about some kind of suffering just to make people malleable for manipulation. The more I hear about the whole P. Diddy saga, oh, if that is not a picture of set energy, I don't know what is. It's using everything, sex, power, just because you have the power. It has nothing to do with anything but humiliation, extortion of a sort. Like, I'm going to videotape you so that I can manipulate you. This is a quote unquote black man. And so I think in P. Diddy, we can begin to see how our own people you can really see it in basically the undertakings of someone like P. Diddy. You really get to see it. Like, that's when I think of the Moors and the enslavement of people under the duress of believing that they have sinned, or they are under strict, like, control because of this deity that they somehow are not worthy of. And so you're slaves, you know. I see that all in the actions of P. Diddy and in the avarice, you know. And it's, for me, it's a little personal, because I can honestly say that I thought that he was I had a bit of admiration for him. I thought for someone to be able to take such, you know, um, criticism sexually and still be able to laugh a little bit. I just thought it was kind of amazing, but now that the whole thing is unraveling, it's I guess I'm just really disappointed because I thought much more of him. Um I really hope he finds his way, you know. Um ugh. Anyway, so yeah, we just want to be sure that Negro typically is associated with uh well, let's go back up here. Wait. Oh, that was up there. Okay, so where were we? Did we lose our highlights? Looks like we lost our highlights. You highlight one place and then it kind of takes it away. Oh no, there we go. Okay. So I just want to show when we look at Blumenbach's racial classifications, he does not seem to associate Negro with, in his original version. I don't believe he doesn't mention Australia. Now Melanesia is very close, but he still doesn't mention Australia in here. These terms were typically used. Typically, that means normally or usually represented Negro people of Africa. So when they call LUZIA Negro, she should be associated with Africa, and that's it. But no, they have to make that continental jump, right? Because they don't, again, I'll keep saying, they don't want it to reflect back to us that we could possibly be the oldest race of the Americas, and that we American Negroes would be related to Luzia herself being a Negro. So now they have to remove her off America, not even put her in Africa because this is just too important, of a fine. So let's give it to, let's say, Australia. Ding, 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 ding. You're the winner, Australia, this time. Who else will get the next prize coming from American Indians birthright? Because we can't give it to them. So this is the man who invented the terms, right? And so he did not associate Negro. This is Blumenbach, classification of human races, a prominent German anatomist and early anthropologist who played a major role in elevating science above racial prejudice towards scientific objectivity. His dissertation on the unity of mankind in 1795, still recognized for its quality and sound scientific approach to the study of human variation, is considered the starting point of anthropology. You see? So this dude is pretty significant when he says, three main groups of races were eventually recognized through Blumenbach: Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid. These terms were typically used to represent, number one, the Negroid was Negro people of Africa, Melanesia, and New Guinea. Mongoloid were people of Asia, Native America. I'm glad they said Native American, and the Eskimos. Caucasoid people of the Indo-European area. Okay, so Negroid is associated with Africa, but first and foremost, uh, at least on this list, Melanesia and New Guinea, which is still interesting to me because I think As of late, it's just usually means Africa and American or African American. And then again, we're the only ones who I think had it in our legal system. I don't think Melanesia or Australia had legislation under Negro codes. You see what I'm saying? New Guinea, I don't think they had Negro codes. Melanesia, I don't think they had Negro codes. We'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. Because it was America that was being like terraformed and trying to make it like a melting pot, changing the face of America so that, as with the Webster's 1828 dictionary, uh American is now applied to descendants of Europeans. So you don't hear that happen in the Melanesia, like Melanesia now applied to the descendants of Europeans. So it is our birthright in America that's up for grabs. No other landmass has their land up for grabs like America does. And this is why we are classified into two in the terms of, when you look up here, once again, Black and Negro. What landmass is that connected to? So again, we have Europe, we have Asia, we have America. What the hell is Black Negro? What landmass is that related to? Black Negro. You see? So anyway, that's why I want to look at that. What else do we have here? Just I thought I might want to quickly look at Walter Plecker paper Genocide to know that, again, the term Negro here in the slavery days being listed as Negro, what? This is what LUZIA is, Negro, just like us, quote unquote Negroes. Negro was done to our native American Indian people in order for white slave owners to keep an ample supply of enslaved, this should be American. Okay. So if to make this read right, it should be enslaved Americans, right? Many blood natives have lost a God-given blood heritage due to slavery. In southern states in which approximately 50,000 or more full-blood American Indians, right? Because Native Americans are from Mongolia. So to be full-blood American, you have to be American Indian. Men, women, and children alike were forced by slave owners, because they weren't all white, right? I think they were just, white men were just a front man for Negropeans, nobility. Were forced to take part in slavery. With that travesty of race reclassification, starting from the first census ever taken in America, American Indians were falsely listed on all census records as Negro, musty, Black, mulatto, or colored, and sometimes even white. This, we figured, was not even worth mentioning, right? Because white was an upgrade and you did not get disenfranchised. In fact, you got more share of American Indians' birthright than the American Indian did. But we just want to quickly show people who might not know that it was American Indians, just like LUZIA, who are being called Negro. Indians were falsely listed on what? all census records. Indians were listed falsely on all census records as Negro, musty, black, mulatto, or color. So Negro, again, is what American Indians are called. All census records. Who is LUZIA? LUZIA, like all American Indians, is an American Indian woman who has been reclassified as Negro. They take her a step further because she's a significant American Indian, because you will deduce that our bloodline must trace to her, her being American and Negro, like American Negroes. Her existence predates Mongolian. So now they have to make her Australian. That's how desperate they are to disassociate her from the American Indians we just read about. But we American Indians know who this woman represents, right? And that's why today we honor this ancestor. We claim her as our own. She is the blaring evidence to the world who still tries to manipulate the facts about who LUZIA is. Let's call LUZIA America. If they can name our ancestor, why can't we? We might even call LUZIA Tameri. You know, I want to jump for a minute because I thought about the word Mary and why it seems significant. Um, Basically, you're talking about America. So when you hear about kings who have mothers named Mary, or saviors who have mothers named Mary, they're talking about America. I was wondering what is so significant about this name, Mary? Uh, Mary, Mary. It's the wayward children who willfully went against their mother, but then once they were put out, they were still crying for her in all their little stories. Mary, 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 Mary. But you disrespected your mother. Why are you crying for her now? You're trying to change her whole legacy. Trying to rewrite her. You're trying to change her color. And then you cry about some wanting Mary as your mother. Well, in order to do that, you're going to have to recognize her firstborn. If you can't do that, you'll never be able to come home. Stay where you belong. Stop trying to come in through all these nefarious ways, sending strangers to mix up the narrative, to make all these races when there was only one at a certain time. Would have been what they call a Negroid. So here you are trying to tell us that she's a Negro and Australia, la 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 la. The oldest one, that's who she is. That's what they said she is. Negro. So stop trying to redefine Negro to fit your lies. But once again, now let's look into the eyes of America. Look at the face of America. When you hear the Native Americans talking some smack, smack them with that. That's our ancestor, y'all. American Indians, she was here before any Native American was by nearly 2,000 years. That is who America is. Let's take a moment to honor this ancestor. She came up for a reason, and she came up in 1975. They've been basically hiding, shadow block this ancestor the entire time. She was giving us her message in 1975 when they found her. Looking like my grandmother. So I honor my grandmother looking at the face of LUZIA, America. I want to call her America. I have a right to name my ancestor more than any foreigner trying to name her after an African. She predates that woman. Her civilization does, and so does she. I'm going to go out on a limb. There is the face of America. A so-called Black woman who is the American Indian. Thank you so much for watching. Till next time, be and stay highly